Assalamu alaikum. Again, we are again live from Samarkand for the World Rapid and Blitz Championship 2023. We have had 2 days of amazing games, and we have seen amazing games against one of the world's best players in chess. So, until the start of the games, we are going to play some bullet games on lichess.org in order for warm up.
So let's start.
So let's get going. So we got the Sicilian defense here. Now white's got 2 pawns in the center and pinning the knight to white king. Okay. Now exchange of bishop to knight. Castles. Pawn to b5. There's pawn break to open up the diagonal for the rook here. So maybe castles again. We'll see. Okay, queen is went to c7 in order to open up the diagonal for castling. So,
Today it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, because
it's the last match day of Rapid Championship, and from tomorrow we'll be translating the Blitz Championship.
and now we can take the bishop on g5 if it's not moved anywhere else, because right now the rook are seeing each other. So rook, bishop drop back. Maybe you can push the pawn. Yes. Whoa! Opponent has just blundered his queen for one bishop, and we are going to win the game slowly but surely.
He resigned.
Yeah, he resigned after losing his queen. Now, maybe one more match until the start of the games. There are like 10 minutes until the start of the 10th round of the World Rapid Championship. So let's play another match. So here
Again, black.
again Sicilian defense. Okay.
So different variation
Okay.
now.
Oh, he's trying to take over the center by moving the pawn to c6, c5. Okay. Okay, bishop is being activated behind the pawn. So
So they are developing their bishops, and I think so. White has now castled.
so after the castle, I just moved my bishop to d7, activating it and opening up the diagonal for queen.
There wasn't a good idea to move the queen there.
So we all just castle this side in order to be safe, because the pawn is coming to a4. Okay, we'll just make a pressure. Okay, we'll just come here in,
Yeah.
maybe potentially coming to here in the future.
Guys, one moment, please.
Okay.
We have third commentator. Like when you will take some pose, you can give a chance to
Okay.
meet. Okay.
Okay. So let's just kick the knight from this place. Knight went back to c6. Okay. Now let's just kick this knight as well. Opening up the diagonal for the bishop on d7.
And you can somehow start the
The
attack
attack, right?
for the piece on c4.
Okay. Let's just
Just
move here, right?
yeah, okay.
And in the next we are going to move here to pressure the pawn on c4. Okay. Okay, well, we can just do that again. Yes. Now there are 3 pieces. Okay, we'll just take this.
No. Your bishop is going to be
Just
kept.
drop back to here.
So just capture.
Okay, we'll just recapture it with the bishop, and okay, maybe, but taking maybe not a good option. But if it takes this, it will damage our structure. So maybe we should take it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take it. He will take with the pawn on c4. That's nearly for sure. Making a pawn wall, and that's actually beautiful. Even if it's our opponent. Okay, so maybe rook takes rook, and bring the rook to here. Now queen will recapture, and we'll just attack it with rook to c8, and it went
So I
back.
think b5 would be a better option. b5.
b5.
Yes.
Okay, let's go. We are running out of time. Our opponent has got more time than us, so we need to play a little bit more faster, actually. And in the next one, maybe you can come with the knight to c4.
Or you can just take your bishop from f6, bring it to d8, and activate it from b6. So you
Okay.
can bring.
Now, yeah, I think I can just
Yeah.
defend it by this. Let's go. Okay. Now my knight can't no longer go to c4 because it's covered by the pawn on.
So maybe giving a check from with your queen would be a
Yes,
better option.
maybe. We'll bring the pawn. Okay.
Bringing knight back to b7.
Okay. We will reroute the knight to maybe c5 to attack the pawn on b3. Now this bishop also came here, but we'll go there, and maybe exchange the knight for this bishop. Now we got a little more time, even if we are down one pawn. I think we are in good shape. Okay.
Bishop a5. Maybe.
Yes. Let's just exchange the bishops. It will become more simplified after that. Oh. Okay. Let's go. We can even capture this, I think.
Rook b8. No.
But this is also a good option. We'll attack this pawn on b3.
So now with queen.
Let's go here to win the pawn here. Now our opponent flagged and he's got lost on time. Maybe another match until the start. Okay, let's go.
Let's see. Let's hope for a faster win. And
Okay.
after that, we're gonna start.
Yeah, this is the
translating the championship.
This is the last match before the beginning of the 10th round of World Rapid Championship. So we got the Rui Lopez here. And we are going to have two pawns in the center. We're going to take over the center with two pawns. Now bishop dropped back. We can maybe even push the pawn to d5 maybe.
Yeah, but
Before that, activating the pieces is also a good option. Okay. So castles. Pinning the knight to the queen by going to g5. To h4, okay. Now maybe taking the knight, moving the queen out of the pin, I think would be a good option. Maybe do d3.
but after like bishop is capturing the knight, then this.
We could lose the pawn on here, but how are you going to defend that, anyways? Because
Maybe
if
like this somehow. Like I'm planning to move with h3 and then g4.
open up the king,
Yes.
that's going to be a really risky decision, Okay. But sometimes such opening up the king ideas can benefit white while attacking. And and another pawn push to f4. Now we are going to, block the bishop's way by f5, and block will just the bishop will go to h7 and stay there forever. After taking the knight, open up the king and damaging the structure. We are really
Let's block
good.
this one too.
Yeah. That bishop on b6 was staring at the king. Okay.
Queen d2.
Now we are going to h6. Yeah, h6 pawn has been won. Maybe we can reroute our knight on c3 to potentially attack. Okay,
So
this pawn as well.
getting a check.
We like free pawns when given. Okay,
Knight
d6.
d6.
Yeah, I think it is going to be game over really soon. I think. Push the pawn maybe with one square.
Yeah.
Hmm?
No. Okay. I was fearing with that, but we'll have
Yeah,
okay.
h6, queen to h6. Okay,
giving a check from
Just
here.
move it out of the way here, and our king is completely safe.
Bringing
Another
knight to
pawn is
d5.
being won. Let's go to h6. Okay. Now maybe knight to f6, right?
Yeah, planning that, or even bringing to f4 and then to h5.
That's also a good option.
Let's think a little bit. We'll
Uh-huh.
have time.
We got more than 1 minute, so let's take it. Some, but the pawn on b2 is hanging actually.
Um, yes. So
Yeah, let's just defend
let's
it.
first defend it.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Now it seems like our queen is trapped, but it's got squares to go, and it is like h5, right?
Yes.
h5.
I was thinking some combinations like
Ah,
knight f7 or
maybe
knight f6.
okay.
So now bringing knight
Yeah,
again to
that
e4.
the bishop on g5 is really annoying. You know, it's blocking many paths that queen can go. Now we can freely go to f6 with the knight.
With the knight, okay.
Yes, because it's protected the other knight on d5. Maybe push other pawns on g4. Well, just take it. Okay.
So maybe he'll bring the queen here.
Yeah, he did exactly like that.
Rook
Yeah.
e2.
Okay. Now maybe push the pawn on g4 to g5.
Yes.
You know.
Now it's impossible.
Yeah, it's defended right now.
So like queen to h6, preventing this check
Okay.
from here. So our
Now-
opponent ran out of time.
So
Now let's turn to the championship.
yeah. Okay.
Well, as we told yesterday, Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Fedoseev, and Yu Yangyi are sharing the podium with 7 points.
Out of 9. Okay.
And in the first board, Magnus Carlsen is going to face Vladimir Fedoseev. And in the last championship, they also faced together in round 7. And now they are facing in round 9. And at that game, Magnus Carlsen played with black, and Vladimir Fedoseev played with white, same as now. And that game ended with draw.
And this game will also, end in a draw probably because both players are very solid players and they've got 7 points out of 9. Now the games are started. Vladimir Fedoseev started the game with e4. Now we'll see what Magnus Carlsen is going to respond.
Last time, Vladimir Fedoseev chose to go d4. Now he preferred to go e4.
Now black can respond with numerous options. Maybe e5, maybe c5.
So the game, so it was like a mistake in.
It was d4
So
actually.
it happened d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4.
We are going to have Queen's Gambit actually after some moves. Yeah, if the pawn on d7 comes to d5, then it's going to be Queen's Gambit. If the pawn on d5 is captured with the pawn on c4, then it's going to be Queen's Gambit accepted. If it's not captured, it's going to be Queen's Gambit declined. So let's see.
So on the second board, Yu Yangyi, another leader, is facing Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and in the third board, Kirill Shevchenko playing against Dubov Daniil.
So let's go to other games until they make their moves.
Let's see what opening they choose.
Okay, the game starts e4,
Sicilian.
c5. Okay. Just Sicilian defense. This classic variation. Okay, just opening. We are still in the opening phase. Taking space from black piece and moving the pawn from e4 to e5. Knight goes to the center.
Queen g4.
Queen comes to g4, attacking the pawn on g7, and in order to protect it from being captured, black just decided to go one place up.
So playing here, so castling here would be bad option.
Yes.
Because after bishop h6, they would lose their rook here. Their rook here, and that would turn bad for.
We can show it actually. It's interesting. In ordinary players face such situations very, often. In such situation, the only
so
way
after this,
safe from checkmate is just giving up the rook for a bishop in such cases, and it's really difficult to play against such positions.
so another move instead of g6 would be king f8. Though that seems to be strange, but that also played quite
Often.
So Vasily Lagraf chose to go g6, queen g3, trading.
Now, black cannot castle this way. Now the black king is stuck in the center. It can't castle this way as well because the pawns are damaged here. Maybe the safest way for black king is just to stay on the middle, not castle either sides.
So let's see the third game. Daniil Dubov is facing Kirill Shevchenko. So e4, e5, knight f3, Rui Lopez.
So we've got Spanish opening, Rui Lopez, castles, pawn break in the center of the board.
So looks like whites are having a little advantage here.
Yeah, because white pieces are more active in active squares. Now the bishop on c1 is going to b2.
It's going to b2 or like a3.
Yeah.
Or can even activate his knight from here. Maybe after moving bishop pawn to c4.
Okay.
Bringing rook here, and that one from there. Marching down to e5.
Okay.
Somehow starting an attack. Let's see Timur Rajabov on the fourth board. Here, Italian game. Well, quite rarely displayed, especially with b4, and Timur Rajabov accepted that. Another option could have been bishop b6. So why Idani Pouya just sacrificed his pawn here? The reason for that is after some moves, as you can see, he developed his pawns and opened the way for his bishop, queen, knight here
as well. Now, Jahongir Alirov asked, do Abdusattorov or Wahidov have chances to get the first place? Actually, theoretically, it is possible, but for that, the players ahead of them should make draws or lose their matches against each other. As they go higher, they will face much more tougher opponents.
Yeah, so and I also wanted to mention they have 6 points, whereas the leaders have 7 points.
Yeah.
And so in order to surpass them, these Uzbek players should win all the games.
Yes.
And Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Fedoseev and Yu Yangyi should lose 1 point.
At least 1 point.
Yeah, at least 1 point.
But this is in case if Uzbek players won't win all of their games, but that's just not so easy to do, and because it is the third day and the last day of the tournament of the Rapid Championship, and today they are going to have the toughest match throughout the tournament.
So if they asked about Noderbek Abdusattorov, let's get to his game,
Okay.
where he's playing against Chigaev Maxim. Sicilian defense followed here.
So classical variation. Okay.
Well, not a not an often move. It's usually played like around knight d5, then c4, bringing knight here. But Maxim Chigayev chose to go with knight to b1.
He came to the first square of the knight in the beginning of the game. Castles, castles. Now the bishop is gonna come to e6 probably, and the knight on b1 is gonna go to d2, from d2 to f3.
There is also interesting move here. Some players play here h4.
Right away, right?
Yes. So if black captures that,
Okay.
after queen h5, they lose this bishop.
Because if it moves away, there will be checkmate.
Yes.
And if it doesn't, black will lose material, so it will be difficult for them to equalize it in the middle game.
So it's played bishop h6 in this position. Maxim Chigayev didn't choose to attack that bishop because all grandmasters know that trick.
Yes.
And after castling, Satarov Naderbek played rook b8.
Maybe potential idea to protect the pawn on b4, right?
Yes, like after maybe someday bringing knight to a5.
Maybe push the pawn to b3 even.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, maybe we can go to other games as well. Maybe here there are many. Here maybe Vidi Santosh Gujarati is playing against Anton Karobov.
So in this game, they played knight f3, d5, d4, 6, c4.
Yeah, we're still in the opening process. It is learned by players before the games. They have played this opening many times.
So now, in case with bishop f5, they have bishop d3. And now blacks will attack from here, and white will try to do the same from the king's side by moving his pawns like that. So overall, it's also going to be a really interesting game.
Okay, until they make their next moves, maybe we can go to the third game in the third board, and where Shevchenko Kirill is facing against Daniel Dubov. So let's go from the beginning. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6. We have got Rui Lopez again, Spanish party. Whoa! It is the first time we're seeing this variation where the bishop captures the knight on c3, c6. Okay. So another pawn break. Queen takes pawn.
b3.
Okay.
97. So bringing knight into the game, and now the trade will not give white
any advantage
any
because
advantage.
white will lose the control over open d file.
Yes, after capturing the queen, this rook will dominate.
Okay.
As you told. So now maybe bringing rook here, or just going away with the queen is a better option.
Okay. And maybe activating the bishop on c1 to maybe b2, maybe e3.
Yes. So far we haven't witnessed any early draws or
blunders, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday we see that interesting blunder where Mukhaddan Madaminov played against one grandmaster and he made a blunder in his sixth move, right?
Eighth move.
In his eighth move, and got checkmated after eighth move, and that happens really rarely in such high level.
That went really viral throughout the social media.
Yes.
And so you can also watch that. So also there is another interesting game the sixth board where Arjun Erigaisi is facing Cheparinov Ivan. So d4, d5, c4.
We got the queen's gambit accepted here.
Knight f3.
Now the pawn that was sacrificed has just been recaptured. Now black just lost the right to castle.
Yes, and gained knight, as you can see. Oh, sorry. But I think white is ahead of
Development.
of a pawn in development. e4, bishop e7, check. So
Now
now
he just won a pawn again.
So now planning to bring the bishop here and giving checkmate, as you can see. So bringing queen somewhere here would be a better option, as you can see. So yeah, queen was brought to d4, h3. So as you can see, if it was captured after bringing the bishop here and capturing that, blacks are having a little advantage here.
Covering the square on g6 from preventing the bishop on d3 to go there.
Yeah, and so that's why Arjun Erigaisi chose to go with his bishop to g6 and give a check.
Now one bishop and one knight has been exchanged actually.
So now the position is much interesting compared to other games. As you can see here, we can see the whites planning to attack, and almost all pieces are developed. And so now whites are once whites want to capture that rook, and the reason why Ivan Cheparinov is not capturing, exchanging the queens is that he wants to get rid of this double pawn, and Arjun Erigaisi doesn't want that, so that's why he's not capturing that queen. So now after some moves, maybe bringing bishop to e3 and then activating the pieces, other pieces, rooks, such as rooks. Well, overall the game is going really interesting. So let's see the Vincent Keimer and Murzin Valadar. As you remember, yesterday in the 8th round, in the last round, Vincent Keimer faced Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, sorry, it was in the 9th round. Faced Magnus Carlsen and played a draw, which allowed Vladimir Fedoseev and Yu Yangyi to remain as leaders. So after c4, c6, English opening. The game got really interesting. The knights were exchanged. So now blacks made a little mistake here. After knight f6, first kicking away that bishop is seen as a better option, but still there is a chance. So after the pawn on d4 captures the pawn on d5, series of trades is going to happen, and then after f4, whites are having advantage, having a privilege over the center, as you can see. So let's see Ian Nepomniachtchi and Anton Guillaro. Ian Nepomniachtchi wasn't seen in the top 10 boards for a lot of time. He played in the top in the first round, but then he just lost and made a lot of draws. So that's why he was playing a little back, and now he came back to nine's table. So let's see. Here happened Caro-Kann defense. So it can be seen that white pieces are a little developed and more active compared to the pieces of blacks. But Anton Guillaro is developing that and bringing his pieces to more active sides.
Attacking the queen on g2.
Yeah.
Now white will just move the queen away to c2 maybe.
So if Jan Nepomniachtchi decided to go with his pawn to f4, that would block the ways of this bishop. As you can see, he would be very limited, restricted. So that's why Jan Nepomniachtchi chose to go with his queen to c3. The game overall is equal. Still, these bishops are inactive. This knight looks like a bit active, but still, it's not controlling that many places, as you can see. Let's see Levon Aranyan. He's playing against another Chinese grandmaster. So here, English opening took place. So now there is a fight for the center.
Now they refuse to exchange queens. Now the queen is coming to b3 maybe, to a much more active square, to here. And then bring the rooks to e1 and bring the rook on a1 to d1, you know, using the diagonal on open diagonal on d1. Okay, so they're thinking right now. So until they make their next moves, we can go to the first board where the most important game of the tournament is happening right now. Two leaders of the tournament are facing each other, and they are Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Fedoseev.
Looks like the game turned really interesting.
So we were here, right?
So both didn't go for castling, as you can see. Yeah, we're somewhere here, I think. Yeah, so we have seen that they started with queen's pawn.
Okay, now there are 3 pawns now they're fighting for the center. There are 5 pawns in the center right now. Now white can choose to block the position by going to d5, maybe just capture the pawn on e5 or maybe the c5. But I think the capturing the pawn on e5 could be a better option, but we'll see what Fedoseev chose to play.
D5.
Yeah, he chose to close the position. The game is gonna go really long and it's going to be a really tough match because closed matches require a lot of thinking. Knight just came to d7 because the square in c6 is just covered with the pawn on d5. So h4, h6, bishop to e2. Whoa! Here just black king just moved out of the way. Knight is going to the part where the black king is going. Black king is just going to c7. Apparently, the knight on d2 is planning to go to maybe here, then here, here, then here.
Yeah, as you can see, the knight here wouldn't be active as active as it would be here,
Okay.
because here after like something a6, bringing the knight here, it becomes inactive. So Vladimir Fedoseev brings his knight to f1.
Okay. Now pawn push to g6, pawn to g4,
a5.
a5, h5, gh,
So Magnus
gh.
Carlsen could have here blocked completely with going to g5,
Yeah.
and this, and that would turn the game really
Complicated.
complicated and boring. As you can see here, also it's blocked.
Blocked. Yeah. All pawns are staring each other and blocking their way from going forward.
So the only way of kind of doing something would be bringing the knights into the game.
Yeah, only these knights can go to such positions because they can reroute, but the bishops, dark squared bishop, and they can go only to squares where dark. Okay,
So Magnus Carlsen captured that pawn.
and recapture the pawn. Now the knight came to b6, attacking the pawn on a4 and c4. Okay. Now, yeah, as we expected, the knight on f1 came to g3, bishop to d7, queen to b3, knight is rerouting, maybe potentially coming to here.
And then f5
Yes.
with bishop, with pawn.
Yeah. First this one, and second pawn push to f5. So bishop to e3. Yeah, as we expected, knight to d7. Now, Fedoseev is also choosing not to castle to either side, just staying in the middle because the center is just closed and there is no way to attack here. Yeah, as we expected, the pawn push to f5.
So now the game is turning really interesting,
Yeah.
as the game is going to be opened
Okay.
after this trade.
Now they are just opening up the position, and it's going to be a little bit more interesting after such moves. Now the knight on b6 is just under attack by two pieces, one of the strongest pieces on chess. One is rook and the queen on b3. Okay. Now rook lifted to a6 to protect the knight on b6. Knight takes knight, bishop takes knight, and now white is trying to bring another rook to b1 and put more pressure here. So
Queen g7.
queen drops back to d1.
Rook g8.
Now with the same plan, black is trying to pressure the g file with the queen and pawn.
King to c1. So Vladimir Fedoseev chose to bring his king to safer place, as there is going to be a war here on this side. I mean,
On the queen side. Okay. And now Vladimir Fedoseev is sinking, so we can go to other games as well. Maybe we can go to another Uzbek player, Jahon Wahidov's game
against Van Forest.
with Jordan Van Forest. Whoa. One of the strongest grandmasters in Netherlands. Actually, the second highest rated in Netherlands after Anish Giri. So, we'll see from the opening stage. Okay. We got English opening. They are just trying to keep the tension in the center. After a series of moves, and we've got this position. Now white is trying to go to open up the black king, pushing these pawns, and not only prevents knight from coming to f5, but also potentially in the future go march up the board and come to h6, come to g6, open up the black king and attack here.
We have seen similar game when Wahid of Jahangir played against Gukesh Damaraju,
Okay.
and in that game, the Indian grandmaster made a blunder. Afterward, he lost the game. So that's this situation is going to be similar to that.
All right.
Let's see the second game, Yu Yangyi against Maxim Vashialagraf. We have seen until here. So as you can see now, both only black cannot castle,
Yes. Now the rook on a1 is under attack by the bishop on b2.
but they are ahead of one pawn.
Now white just sacrificed his rook for bishop. Now black is up an exchange in the game.
So now Yu Yangyi may try to bring his rook to b1 and then b7 and start attacking here.
Because the black king in the middle of the board in e8 is just vulnerable right now.
King d7, h4, rook e8, e4, a5, bishop g5, queen b8, queen f6, rook a7. So Yu Yangyi didn't bring his rook here, and now it's blocked by the black queen.
So you can see the evaluation bar is favoring white pieces, because even if white is down an exchange, they've got much more active pieces here. You know, see the bishop on g5 and the queen on f6, and the bishop on d3 is controlling a lot of squares. So bishop drops back, attacking the queen on b8. Queen comes to b4, c3. Now black is trying to exchange the queens, and when the queens are off the board, it will be a lot easier for black to defend the game. Now, but Yu Yangyi doesn't decide to exchange the queens because he's just down exchange.
Rook b7, bishop a6, rook b3. So the game overall is also going really interesting.
Even if white is down an exchange and one pawn, the situation seems to be equalized, and there is no threats against white king, but there are some threats against the black king.
So let's see the game of Arjun Erigaisi and
Okay.
Ivan Cheparinov.
Okay, let's go.
As you have seen, the game was really open.
Okay.
If you remember, so finally they have traded their queens. Now the position is for the white side. As you can see, they have rook for knight and this double pawn here.
White is completely winning here, as you can see. Even if there are 4 pawns and 4 pawns in each side, the pawns on c3 and c5 are really vulnerable and difficult to defend because they are not connected. And plus, white is up an exchange here, which is really difficult to play against in the mid endgame.
So looks like Arjun Erigaisi is going to win and make his points to 7.5. And in the second board, the game has ended.
Yeah.
We were looking that game. So after that,
After a series of checks, the players decided to make the game draw.
so now Yu Yangyi has 7.5 points.
And whereas the Maxime Vashialagraf from France has got 7 points.
So now this is a chance for either Magnus Carlsen or Vladimir Fedoseev to become a leader.
Become the sole leader of the tournament. And let's see. Oh, there has been some mistakes been made by
Vladimir Fedoseev. So if you remember,
we were here, right?
yeah, in the last round of yesterday's match day, Vladimir Fedoseev faced Yu Yangyi
Yes.
and was having a great advantage, but then he made a mistake and didn't realize that advantage. That's why the game turned to draw.
He could have become the sole leader of the tournament yesterday, but after that mistake he made against Yu Yangyi, the game ended in a draw, and now there are three people with the 7 points. But after Yu Yangyi made his draw against Maxim Vachier-Lagrabiev, Yu Yangyi has got 7.5 out of 10, and the first board, which is the most important, and where two leaders of the tournament are playing against each other, now Magnus Carlsen seems to have an edge in the game. If he wins this game, he will have the sole leadership of the tournament.
So now they are rerouting their pieces to somehow seek a way to attack. As you can see, Magnus Carlsen rerouting his rook to g8 and start penetrating the defense from this line.
Okay.
And he's bringing his rook here. Now after e4, this way is also blocked, and Magnus Carlsen will be able to bring his pieces from G line.
There is only one open file in the game. It is the G file. Now it's being controlled by the black rook on G8, and now the game is becoming more closed by moving the pawn from E5 to E4. So now we'll see what Fedoseev responded. Oh, he hasn't responded. He's just thinking about it, what his moves are gonna be. But it seems like Magnus Carlsen is having an advantage, and he knows he's got the advantage.
After trading these bishops, Magnus Carlsen will have an active knight, whereas Vladimir Fedoseev will have really passive bishop here.
And because in such closed positions, knights can play a much higher role than the bishops. But whereas in the open positions, when the bishops are more active and they can be much more valuable than knights. But in this case, the knight on f6 is more valuable than two of the bishops here. So let's go to other games. Maybe Levon Aronian and He Yang-yu. Let's go from the beginning. Okay, we got the English opening. Now they both castled into king side. Now the bishop is being kicked out. Bishop takes knight on f3. Bishop takes bishop. Pawn to a5. e3. Rook to e8. d5. Bishop drops back to a7. And this bishop drops back to g2. Now the black knight in b8 came to this square, because this square is blocked by the pawn. And if it comes to here, it can go to anywhere, because this square, f6 square, is covered. And now from a6 it can go to here, b4. So white is trying to defend the b4 square, preventing knight from coming there. Rook is centralizing. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Another pawn push to b4. Queen comes to e7. Pawn to c5. Now you can see here, beautiful structure by white, and the last pawn on a3 is defended by three things, and now white is completely safe.
So this game ended with draw, as you can see.
Yeah, those two players are very solid players. They don't take risks very much, and they agree to draw after 5 or 6 moves. Let's see those moves. After queens are exchanged, then after pawns exchanged, again one pawn lost.
Yeah, after this move.
Here they just decided to make the game a draw in order to not to lose the chance to be champions, because they have got the chance to be champions still, even if Magnus Carlsen wins his match against Vladimir Fedoseev.
So now they both have 6.5 points. Let's see the game between Anish Giri and Dartha Daniel.
Okay, now the fans are asking, let's watch the game of Jahangir Wahidov. He seems to have an advantage in his game.
Against One Forest.
Oh, he's got the winning advantage. Let's go, man. We were here, I think. Let's go.
Yes.
We were here.
We saw the trade.
We saw the trades.
We came here.
Yes. Yeah, here. We came to G4.
Bishop B7 and H3. Saw that.
Now the bishop came here, and it's in order to protect the pawn on here in case white captures the pawn on D5. Protecting the pawn on G4. Okay. Now the knight on E4 can be captured in two different ways, with the knight on D2 or with the bishop on G2.
So as you can see, H6 was a mistake because the knight was trapped here. He couldn't go back
Anywhere.
either here. So it went here, but after that, blacks are
Just down a pawn, I think.
down a pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, white just captured
No.
a full pawn here in this situation.
And D6 is really
Yeah, they're really annoying. It can come to here and it can't be kicked away easily. It came here, rook goes back. But obviously this doesn't seem the right way to go. Even if he hasn't made the correct decision, he still has advantage.
so. Like as you can see, D5 seems a very good option, as blacks cannot take that with the pawn on E6 because the queen will be captured, and if that is captured with the pawn on C6, then after some moves, this is going on G7, like bringing bishop to G7 and then queen to H6, giving
And they're
checkmate.
going to be checkmate in a few moves.
And also there is C6, which can fork bishop and knight.
Okay.
So this happened in the game a bit later. B4, B5.
Now there are 5 pawns in each side. There one.
So like as you can see, after bishop D4, this knight is going to be captured, and One Forest is going to lose the game. So the third game also finished. Shevchenko Kirill and Dubov Daniil. They saw their game a bit until here, after trades. Yes, the game went after the early trade of queens.
So just trade of another bishops, and
Just
this is a rook and pawn end game. They just exchanged rooks and just repeated moves. After repeating the moves 3 times, the game ends in a draw automatically.
so the game finished with draw. So they now both have 7 points. And also Alexander Grishuk won Grigorian Sergey.
So let's go from the beginning.
Queen's pawn.
So we got the Queen's Gambit accepted here. Fight for the center. Now white's just activating his pieces.
This was this game, yeah?
Yeah, we came here. Now white is just activating his pieces to going to f3, bishop to e6, pawn to b4, bishop drops back to e7, bishop to b2, rook to c8, queen to d2, queen to d7, castles. Now so a little bit problem with the internet. Here Magnus Carlsen seems to be winning the game because these 2 bishops are staring to nothing. You can see This bishop is just defending the pawn on f4, and black is just little by little infiltrating into white position. Yeah.
Blacks are really dominating. As you can see, the pieces of whites
Are stuck in the first and second rank,
Yeah.
and they can't go anywhere.
whereas the pieces of Magnus Carlsen, queen, knight, bishop, rook are really active and are going to be like someday he may just capture that bishop, bring the pawn here.
Potentially make it a queen.
Yeah.
So right now Magnus Carlsen is trying to find the winning plan.
So now he's planning to capture that pawn and then grab this bishop here.
And potentially win a pawn in an exchange.
So Jahangir Wahidov won the game between
Jordan
him
Van
and
Forest.
Van Forest, and now he has 7 points. As you can see, he's now jumping in the standings.
He's going up.
Now he has same points as Maxim Vashelagraf, Kirill Shevchenko, and Daniil Dubov.
Yeah, because these players have made draws in their games, and Jahangir Wahidov has just won his game. He just equalized his points with them. So now black just won a pawn by taking the pawn on c4. It seems like he sacrificed the bishop, but in exchange he took the bishop on c2. Bishop queen to h4. Now Magnus Carlsen is trying to find the accurate moves, but he's going to win the game now or later, because he's now up 2 pawns, 2 full pawns, and both of them are passers.
As you can see, this pawn is also weak, and this one too. So he may start attacking these pawns
one by one, picking up all the pawns one by one, exchanging all the materials, and maybe going to the end game where he will be up 3 or 4 pawns, and he will potentially make queen and checkmate Vladimir Fedoseev. So Vidhi Santosh Gujarati has also won his game against Anton Karobov. So we got queen's gambit, except we have seen the game here, I think. So white just castled queenside, g3, okay.
Castling. So finally trading the bishops. The game is still equal here.
Because both sides have got the same amount of materials. Now black's got 7 pawns and white's also got 7 pawns. There are a pair of rooks in both sides and 1 knight each.
And whites are trying to attack the king, the black king. As you can see, these rooks and knight, queen here are pointing into this side.
Okay.
G3, rook is8.
Now the pawn on b7 is under fire. The 3 major pieces of white are staring down that pawn. If the queen on c7 goes to another square, maybe like d8 or here, then it will be deadly for black. Now black's trying to go from the king side, and just white is just going to h1, rook to h8. Now offering a trade of knights.
Queen a4.
Even if the pawn on f2 is hanging, there is a checkmate threat, checkmate in one threat here. Now the queen in c7 is going to come to b6 to prevent it. It went backwards, actually. Now we can see the exchange of the knights. We just went with his pawn to open up the black king. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Now rook is coming to c8 to protect it.
So queen is going to b6, He wants to bring his rook also here,
Other rook.
and then pointing here, and just staring at the piece at the pawn on a7. But then Anton Korobov made a blunder.
Here, yes.
After this move he resigned. So if it was continued, it would follow this way.
Yeah, he would lose one of his rooks, one full rook.
And now, as you can see, the whites are 3 pawns ahead, and that's not very hard to realize. As you can see, after bringing the king here, and then kicking out the rook here, can start attacking.
Putting the rooks behind the pawns on A and B file, just make a queen easily and win the endgame. So we can go to the another big Absatarov's game, where he won his game against Maxim Chigayev. So we were analyzing this game, and it was Sicilian defense, classical variation. Now, as you said, this was unconditional move, right? Okay.
So as you can see, Magnus Carlsen won the game and became sole leader. So as you can see, he just after one move he'll give checkmate from here.
Yeah.
So you were
one move before checkmate, Vladimir Fedoseev resigned the game.
So now Norderbeck is 1 pawn ahead.
Now Maxim Chigayev just is making a pressure on the pawn on
f7.
I think it cannot be defended, or can it? No, it can be defended by moving the queen to e7. That is the only way, but white rooks are going to black's territory.
So as you can see here, pawns are just restricting the bishop here. Now this pawn is really dangerous, and this bishop must stay here
to prevent the pawn on a3 from becoming a queen.
g4, d5, and g5 was a mistake here.
That seems a great mistake, actually. Okay, let's go.
So as you can see, after knight d6, this piece is going to be...
The pawn on e4 is really vulnerable.
To be brought to e4, and then giving a fork to rook and queen. Queen h4, h5, blocking the queen.
Now we can see the en passant. Yeah, we have seen that, but that seems to be a mistake. So and Norderbeck also went to an incorrect square. Now this situation seems to be equalized according to computer.
He wants to trap the way of the piece. Yeah. Of the pawn here,
blocking any kind of threats, from blocking the pawn on h6 from going forward.
So capturing the pawn, d6.
Yeah, we've got now 2 Uzbek players with 7 points already. They are Norderbeck Abdusatorov and Jahangir Vahidov. They've got 7 points out of 10.
And now they are at the second place, sharing with some other players.
I think the third place or second place.
Yeah, there are some. So now Magnus Carlsen is having 8 points. And there are some players who got 7.5.
Like Vidisantosh Gujarati or Arjun Arigaisi. They had 6.5, and after winning their games, now they've got 7.5. Now Norderbeck and Jahangir Vahidov are sharing the third place, actually. But there are many people with the same amount of points, so it is so difficult to tell who is going to win the tournament.
So here the position was equal, but after this move, the trade became inevitable because or else the queen or rook is going to be captured. So after the trade, these pieces became not dangerous as it was with queen. So now pawns are captured.
Pawns are dropping one by one.
Now, as you can see, some interesting position here.
Now
Rooks are
white
staring
is
at
just
each other.
giving up his bishop. Ah, no, there is a pin on e7.
So as you can see, this is preventing the black rook from capturing the rook on e6. But yeah,
The only way to defend this
to capture this
Rook.
rook itself, which was captured in the next move.
check. Oh, now
And after that,
even if the knight in e5 is hanging for free, but the pawn on e2 is going to e1, becoming queen.
so the game is going to be really obvious for black. So several games have come to an end.
But if these two pawns on h3 and h6 were connected, maybe like one of that maybe in g2 or g3, maybe it would be holdable.
Yes.
There would be possibility of making draw, but if these pawns are not connected and they are just double pawns, it is so difficult to protect them. After winning these pawns, black will simply go with his pawns to the first rank of the white pieces and make queen and just potentially win the game.
So let's name some of the games and the results. Magnus Carlsen, as we told, won the game. Second and third boards agreed to draw.
Okay.
Idani Poya won. Visit Santos did the same. Erigaisi won. Dmitry Andreikin won the game.
Okay.
Vincent Keimer and Murzin Valadar also agreed to draw. Nepomniachtchi, Levon Aranyan, Maxim Matlakov did the same. So now Indian players won their games, as you can see. Visit Santos and Erigaisi are June. And also Idani Poya are making their points to 7.5.
Okay.
And becoming the second place and pursuing Magnus Carlsen.
So there are only a few games left of the round 10. Most games have already finished. Like we can go to here. Maybe.
So let's see the game of Richard Rapport, which was still going on, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, again.
Richard Rapport, right?
Again, Alan Pichot. Oh, that's really interesting position. We haven't witnessed that yet.
Whoa, it hasn't finished. Now Richard Rapport is trying to checkmate the black king.
Yeah, so after king goes, so he was planning to bring his king here and give a checkmate. So Alan Pichot moved his king to a5. After knight c4, he again brought his...
checkmate is inevitable after a few moves.
After knight d6?
Yeah, after knight d6, the checkmate is inevitable, but black can just try to prolong the checkmate and come to e4, sacrifice the bishop.
Yeah, so then bishop moved to h7, and then the checkmate is going to come either from b7 or b5.
Grandmaster doesn't go to checkmates often, and they just resign, just be one or two moves ahead.
So Daneshwar Bardia and Martirosyan Haik are still the game is still going on here. So it's obvious that black pieces are having an advantage. As you can see here, there is a pass pawn, and it's really dangerous for king. Also, after like bringing bishop to g1, there's going to be checkmate here.
There's going to be checkmate race on the board. So it seems that black's got the upper hand here. Now, not because his pieces are active, but he's got 3 more pawns than white pieces. Maybe we can go to another Norderbek. This game, Yakuboyev Norderbek is playing against Grandmaster from Kazakhstan, Sureymanov Alisher. So the game started with knight 3, knight c6. So we got the English opening here. So d5, cd, dd, okay, e4, knight to b4, c4, okay. Now white just lost his right from castling. Another check from knight, and knight, as you can see, black is just moving his knight most of the time. Let's see how many knight moves have been made in this game. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 knight moves have been made. Overall, there are 8 moves have been made. So 6 of them were made with the knight on e6. Okay, another knight move. Now white is pushing his pawn to h5, taking away more space from black. Okay, in order to prevent other space loss, black just moved his pawn to h6, d3, knight to d4, knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, knight d2, attacking the pawn there. Okay, a3, a6, bishop to a2, bishop e7, bishop f5, castles. Bringing the rook on a1 to the d file, potentially attacking this line. Okay, activating the last pieces of black. Knight drops back to its developing square to g1. So we can see there is a mistake by white here. White just tried to sacrifice his rook against the knight on c6. Pawn takes knight, bishop takes pawn. Now black is trying to exchange the dark squared bishops, but white just refuses and drops back there. Knight takes f3. We can do the rook left here from a8 to a7. This bishop is attacking the rook on a7. It's now attacking the pawn on b2, b5, b4. Let's go.
So after trading the bishops, the game went as follows. So g4 was a mistake here, as it opened the king's like castle. And now the king is really unsafe here. It's really dangerous. Knight d4 was...
That seems to be a big blunder.
After rook b4. Now
white is down an exchange here in an endgame.
And has to agree to trade because queen is going to come to g4.
If the queens are not exchanged right now, then white is going to lose another pawn.
And in this position, Nazarbek Yakubayev resigned the game. And they're saying that on the board 94, the interesting game took place.
Okay, let's see. Let's check it out.
It's still going. So they have made only one move.
How is this possible?
Looks like the opponent didn't came to match.
And maybe after losing some games, they just decided not to come to the event as there is no point in coming. Actually,
let's see how much points do they have.
Yeah,
they both have 2.5 points.
Yeah, 2.5 points out of like 10, and that means like 25% winning. That's not good in such tournaments, and that's not enough to win some prizes or some places.
So they are saying like board 94 spectacular.
Yeah.
And they're saying that this board is like similar to the game of Magnus and Hans Niemann. If you remember, Magnus Carlsen just refused to play against Hans Niemann after like a couple of moves, and they're also saying that opponent is too sad to reply.
Too sad to reply. Why would bother, coming to such tournaments if they are not wishing to play until the end?
So now let's have a little break now.
Now the 10th round has finished. All the games are over. Now we are waiting for the pairings of the round 11. So until the pairings are announced, we will take short break after this, after reviewing one game. So we are going to take a few minutes of break. Okay, it seems that we are not going to take a break right now. We are after some time.
So in that case, let's see.
Let's see other top grandmasters like Levon Aronian and Hyang Yu, or we have seen that
We
game.
have seen that they
Okay.
agreed to an early draw. If you remember, let's see the game of Nihal Sarin.
Yes.
So another Indian grandmaster beated Arseny Nesterov.
Okay.
D4 knight f6. So like inaccuracy here, right at the beginning. So blacks are having advantage here,
Okay.
especially now. Though white is having an extra pawn here, it's doubled, and this pawn is really weak. These 3 pawns, and also the pieces of black compared to white are more active. As you can see, this rook is controlling the b line, and
The bishop is protecting the knight on g4.
yeah, and it's soon going to be developed from a6 or
Yeah, potentially
e6.
win the pawn on a c4.
Even like bringing the rook here, and the
Winning these two pawns, two double pawns.
yeah. So
Another mistake from
Master of Arseny decides to go to e4,
Okay.
bishop e6, rook e1. So now these 2 pawns are under attack.
But the pawn on e7 is also under attack by the bishop on g5.
And also it's really open. This line is really open for black.
Black can just come to the second rank of white and just sneak in to white's position, making it too difficult for them to breeze even.
So now these 2 pawns are soon going to be captured. King f7, queen b2. Now it's defending these pieces.
And now black is holding on the pawns on a2 and c3, but as they are not connected and there is only one piece that's defending them, soon after some moves they are going to drop, and the advantage of black is going to increase significantly.
So now, as you can see, this queen is really passive, and this bishop too. The same with this rook. b3, rook f3 was a blunder here.
So here Islam Boykobilov is asking, why would chess enthusiasts want to take a break from world championship? It's something not up to us. There are some technical problems and we need to resolve them sometimes during the live stream. So if it was, if it were possible, we wouldn't even stop even for 1 minute even. So let's continue.
So the position is really obvious that Nihal Sarin is winning the game.
He's up 1 pawn, right?
And this one was even a bad mistake. Because
the biggest mistake in the game, I think.
Yeah, after the check and bringing the rook from here or here, this pawn is soon going to be captured.
And there is no way that white can stop this from happening.
So after this, Arseniy Nesterov resigned the game.
Yeah, black is just totally lost. So now, as we said earlier, we're going to have a little break for maybe 5 minutes. We will be back. Don't go anywhere.
So, first tour of the tournament is over of today, so we can review some games. Let's watch Maxim's and Fabiano's games. So the game starts with d4 and continues with d5. Then c4, c5, oh, c6. Knight goes to f6, f3, and the black horse goes to f6. The game continues, and exchange of a horsey to a bishop. both teams are progressing, both white and black. As we can see, it was some inaccuracy, and black pawn takes the white pawn. Overall, the situation is equal, but the game continues, and as we can see, the positions are totally equal, and the game ends in a draw after a long series of exchanges. Four pawns and rooks on both sides. Yeah, it's a total draw. Okay, let's go to Chigaev Maxim's game. Here, Abzatorov Norbek, our comrade, won the game. So we can watch it and analyze it. So the game starts with king pawn opening, and Norbek goes with c5. Exchange on the center. Oh, a very popular variation. Knight came to its original position, but it's still okay. Knight is being under attack, but it takes the mid. Some progression goes on, and as we evaluate the situation, blacks have two bishops. It's a big advantage, and their pawns are ahead. So we may see that even at this situation, Norbek has some lead. And as the game continues, Norbek is further taking a pawn, and it turns to a big advantage. White are trying to triple on this line and attack this pawn, but Norbek has defended well and further pushed the pawns. And in this way, he was able to win the game. Yes, in this situation, white are totally lost because their pawns are inactive and these three black pawns are rushing forward and white have nothing to do. Yeah, in this way Norbek took his 7th point and he is joining the lead. Not the lead, but he has some good chances. Yeah, many of you are asking for the main commentators. They are taking some break, and I'm analyzing the past games as we are waiting for the next tour to start. And that's going to be the 11th tour. Okay, let's look for the next interesting game, which is Vahidov Jahongir's game against Van Forest. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Van Forest played against Jahongir in Olympiad or some other Uzbek player, but we were able to win the game, and it was very important. So here, Jahongir starts with c4, English opening, and Van Forest goes for e6. And Jahongir opens the G file for the bishop, and the game goes on. Some progress on center, and figures are improving their positions. So, interesting position because Jahongir has both of his bishops on b2 and g2 respectively, and they will have a good vision if we open the pawns. It's interesting because usually only one of the bishops are put on this position. There is some exchange. Black are giving their advantage of 2 bishops. And as we can see, both white and black are trying to take the C file. The game goes on, and as we can see, kind of black are in a very close position. They have limited spots available for their figures. Oh, this seems to be a very juicy spot for the horsey, and I'm sure it will go here. And at this situation, it's really hard to get the horsey away from this position. But somehow, I don't know, Vahid of Jahongir wants to exchange it for a bishop and pushes the pawn forward on the middle. Exchange of rooks, and here we have a pawn on c6, which could be either very, very strong or kind of a lame, because it's isolated on c6. As I told, it was isolated and black killed it. But another pawn gets to b file. Here, black lose their piece, a horsey. Interesting situation because both white and black are only a move away from queens. But the problem is Jahongir is defending the b1 spot while Van Forest is not defending the b8. And it was in this position that Jordan Van Forest gave up the game. Okay, let's look for other games. We could look for Tamashevsky Yevgeny's game against Madaminov Muhiddin. Madaminov Muhiddin is also a young chess star from Uzbekistan who has managed to win his grandmaster opponent in 5 moves, and Yevgeny Tamashevsky is a strong grandmaster. So the game starts with e4, e5, which is a classical opening, and continues with Spanish opening. Black chooses to move a6, and white go to a4. The game continues, and a series of progressions are being made. Both black and white are trying to control the center and put their pieces on comfortable positions. As we can see, white have doubled the C side and black have 2 pawns on the C side, and it's a little disadvantages for black, and it's the main idea of Spanish opening. A series of pawn exchanges are being made on the center. And as we can see, they both win the horses. And white are attacking the queen. We may finish this game and continue. Interesting move by Yevgeny. He decides to exchange his pawn to these doubled pawns. The game continues and both teams have the equal amount of pieces. 5 pawns, 2 rocks, and a bishop for a horsey. And in this endgame, it ends with a draw. It's hard to do anything when there are 2 rooks and 3 pawns on both sides. So they both agreed to a draw.
So during this time, pairings have been announced, and Magnus Carlsen is going to face Idani Poya
Oh, it's going to be an interesting game.
in the round
11.
11. And Dmitry Andreikin is going to face Yu Yang-yi, and Vijit Santosh is going to face Arjun Erigaisi. 2 Indian players are going to play in the current round. And also it's worth mentioning that Abdusattorov Nodirbek is going to play against Kirill Shevchenko in the 5th board. That's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it surely is going to be interesting because Kirill Shevchenko was playing in one of the main 4 boards. So it shows that round 11 is being played right now, but we're having some internet issues. Okay, it shows the games. They have already started.
So let's start with the first one.
E4, C5.
So the game turned to still in defense.
Yeah. UzChess is having some troubles.
Yeah, I think the server is a bit overloaded.
Yeah, there is a big flow of fans.
So in this position, the game is a bit equal.
Yeah. So we can move on to the next game.
Which Dmitry Andreikin is playing against Chinese Grandmaster Yu Yang-yi.
Yeah, Yu Yang-yi was not quite famous, but in this tournament he showed his maximum and is one of the leading players.
So they started with knight f3.
Red is opening.
So Dmitry Andreikin from the early moves started to attack the opponent's king.
Yeah, it's really interesting because grandmasters usually try to activate their figures, and horse is not moved yet on the b file.
So in this position, this h line is open.
Yeah, but evaluation shows it's quite equal. So we can move on to the next game.
The battle of Indian players.
Yeah, Arjun and Vidit are playing against each other.
So in this position, black may try to get this pawn activated and
Yeah, bring their bishop, and I think white could try to capture the queen because it got too active from the early stage. Again, the position is quite equal even here, so we can move on to the next game, which is Vashela Graf against Kamer Vincent.
So they started with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6.
Spanish opening.
Yeah, quite common for such tournaments.
Yeah. It's quite commonly played on top level.
So e3.
Black are trying to attack with the pawns. As we can see, they are in a good structure. They are pressing the white.
Now the structure is quite well, as you told, but this pawn here is really weak. It can be attacked.
Yeah, but I don't think so, because white bishop is stuck at a2, even though it's in a good file. It's still hard to play with white, because black are pushing with the pawns. I think in this position we can move on to Norderbeck's game. I think it's the most interesting game of the round because, as I told earlier, Kirill Shevchenko is in a good form on this tournament, and Norderbeck has finally gained back his points and is on a winning streak. So it's going to be a fierce game.
Indian Kirill Shevchenko is going forward to Indian defense. So the position is equal as in the other games. In the openings, it's usually like this. Grandmasters do not make mistakes in the very beginnings of the game, usually.
Yeah, they are all equal. We are just here to see what's going on. So the next game is Dubov Daniil against Kuparadze Giga. Again, we see a an interesting pawn structure.
Daniil Lubov plays really aggressively. He sacrifices his pieces from the early moves, and looks like he did so in this game too. Three. So as you can see, the game is really open.
Yeah.
Now he is giving away his bishop.
For a juicy attack. And black king is kind of open on the g file.
So f5, e6. Now this knight cannot move, as the queen will be captured then.
Yeah, horse is dead, and white have a really good position. I think Daniil can turn it into a win. So let's wait how it turns out. And here, Volodar Murzin, young Grossmeister from Russian, is playing against an old Grossmeister from Russia. Battle of Comrades.
d4, knight f6. So again, quite unusual game happened here.
Yeah.
So Alexander Grishuk spent half of his time on this. As you can see, he only got 7.5 minutes.
While Volodar has 12 minutes and a half.
So let's watch another game of Uzbek chess player Vahidov Jahangir against Yan Nepomniachtchi.
There have been a lot of moves, so we can see a very interesting game. There has been a very big series of exchanges, and I think the game is going to end with a draw. But let's see.
Usually the games that start with e4 are going to be open, and the games with d4 are usually closed, or this is the same with the case with c4 or knight f3. Five people have got 7.5 points, pursuing Magnus Carlsen, which has got 8 points. There are plenty of players, to be specific 11, who has 7 points.
And only Magnus has an 8. We are having some connection issues again. It works again. And it's not.
It's really unusual to see great players such as Duda and Gareth Timur are playing like 30-second boards. That's really hard to accept.
Yeah, but it happens. Players are unstable.
So again, series of trades.
Yeah. White have the advantage of two bishops, and they're on a good position. I think it's gonna be a little uncomfortable to play with black.
Yeah, Jahangir Wahidov can kind of build a battery against this bishop here.
Yeah, C file is open. I think he should definitely double the rooks here.
And then just push on this pawn on b2.
Yeah, and attack this bishop. Doublet. But the position is quite equal, and we can move on to the next game, which is Chaparinov Ivan against Aronian Levon.
So Sicilian defense played here. Knight b5, knight b5 with an intention to give a fork to rook, queen and king here.
So black have to defend it.
Queen d7, capturing the pawn, then the knight, trade of queens.
Again, the games are kind of passive. Did the players get tired or what? As we could see, only Dubov Daniil's game was active and he was attacking the black. Let's turn to his game before we move on.
Looks like they are all waiting for the opponent's mistake. And
Or they could be saving power for the next rounds.
yeah. Oh, here there is checkmate in 4 moves.
Oh, as I told, Daniil turned his advantage to a win, and he's gonna take his break for the 12th round. Let's see what happened here. We have stopped right here. Bishop moved to e7, and white have added rook on d file to press the knight, and they killed it successfully. Now this pawn is going to be a big issue, as it would stop c file bishop from improving and getting into a good position, so it's already dead, and white are activating their bishop to attack the h7 pawn, and the position gets quite interesting. Black tried to exchange their rook for the white's rook, but still the position is hard because this bishop is still stuck, and as it can't move, this rook is also stuck, and there is no way white can do anything, and white end the game with an incredible move.
Rook d8.
d8. They sacrifice their rook for the mate. If black win the rook, there is no way to defend this mate, and the game is over.
So Kuparadze resigned the game. Let's see what would have happened if he continued the game. So for these moves,
Yeah, there still was a mate in 4 moves. Amazing game from Dubov Daniil.
And he now has 8 points.
And we have looked at the 10 main boards of the game, and we could see if there are interesting games below. Oh, there is Karobov Anton versus Vladislav Artemiev. We could take a look at this one. So the game starts with d4 and continues with knight f6. Quite a common opening. As I told, it's quite a common opening. Okay, we are having some issues again. Round 11. Anton's game. So we can review this game. As we told earlier, this game also ended in a draw. White had some advantage, but they didn't try to turn it into a win.
Yeah,
They just repeated their moves 3 times and the game ended in a draw. I think the players were tired and it's the best way to end the game in a draw and have some rest.
so far we have seen until here.
Yes.
Now whites are having an advantage.
They have opened the H file and they can some kind of double their rooks on the H file and attack the king. So white have some lead.
They also can bring their rook here to h7 and then bring another rook here, then capture the bishop or give a check as you told.
Yeah. They have quite an advantage. Hopefully they can turn it into a win. So we can get back to the main games. Carlson's game. The position was equal when we looked at it for the first time. Let's see how it turned now.
So they exchanged their pieces, namely knight and bishop and queen.
And it turns into an endgame. it's gonna be very hard for Black, I guess, because for two of his last games, Magnus has managed to win the game in equal position at the end game. We wish the best for Poya, and we move on to the next game, which is a battle between Indian grandmasters.
Here they traded their bishops and knights.
Yeah, the position seems to be quite good for Black, namely with it.
Yeah, now he's intending to bring his knight to c2.
To
Then
give a fork.
yes, and this pawn here is also weak. It can be attacked somehow.
Yeah, but why do Black have such an advantage? I think this horse is very well planted on b4, as a pawn has already moved forward.
Yeah, and there is no pawn on c.
Yeah. I think Black can move this pawn and go for exchange and open up the c file.
And then bring their rook.
Yeah.
That's also a good idea.
Yeah. Mainly the horse is very good at a really good spot. I think that's the advantage.
Yeah, compared to the whites,
Yeah.
that's really good.
It's doing nothing. Where did we stop?
Yeah, it's somewhere here.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere here, and we can continue. Like, when we stopped, there was an interesting pawn position structure.
Yeah, the bishop had captured the other bishop. Yeah.
Yeah,
this-
it was somewhere there. So let's see what happened here. So Black tried to attack the horsey, and meanwhile putting some aggression on queen, and White moved their queen. Both sides are trying to activate their rooks and put their pieces on good positions.
It's also surprising that they haven't traded their pawns yet. They each got 8 pawns.
Yeah, none of the pawns were exchanged, and interestingly, the game is very closed, but it's kind of interesting. It's an unusual game. The king moves to h1 just to be safe from this queen, and Black doubled their rooks on the f file, trying to attack this pawn.
There is also a move c4. Yeah.
Yeah, if they moved their pawn to c1, c4, it would close the bishop side and add an additional power to attack f2. So White moved their pawn ahead, and White suggests some exchange of rooks. Black don't take it, so White take it. And again, here was a series of exchanges, and it's here that we stop. The position is quite equal, but it's also quite interesting. I think it could end in both ways. What do you think about the game?
Yeah, that's really equal, but anytime both sides can win, especially Vincent Keimer can bring his knight here, giving like a fork here, and after the trade, this this pawn gets really dangerous.
Yeah, I think black are having quite active pawns and they can turn to queens, but white have a good attack. So if black can defend their position well, they're going to win. But if they cannot, they would get a mate. We can move on to next game, another bags game. Where did we stop?
So the situation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the situation was equal and the white castle. White are killing black pawn and bringing their horsey to the middle. It's a very solid structure on white. They removed the horsey and again it's in a bad position. It's controlling only 4 squares. And I think white have some advantage because all of their pieces are in a good spot and they have also got this awesome pawn structure and the middle.
Now bringing the knight into more active side.
Yeah,
E4, B3.
yeah, black are trying to activize. And do you think it's having a pawn here is an advantage or a mistake?
Well, the intention of Abdusattar of Notherbeck is to put a knight here, then give a fork either from here or here. Well, if queen captures that, there is this pawn on b7. He may even move with his pawn to a6, then capture that, or bring another rook to d1, and then have control over d line.
Yeah, the situation is quite tricky for white, for black, I mean. White have a lot of ways to win this game and gain some advantage.
So he took the pawn on d6.
As you told, knight goes to e4 to fork.
So now it's the knight f6 is inevitable, and this is a huge advantage for Abdusattar of Notherbeck.
And he's, I think, continuing his winning streak. He's going to get a rock, and it's a win on hand if Abdusattar doesn't make a little mistake. So let's watch the next game.
Halsarin and Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah. We stopped somewhere here,
Yeah.
saying again we are seeing a good pawn structure interesting one.
Yeah, that was for black, and now this is for white.
Yeah. Some exchange happened, and we are no longer having this pawn structure. Yeah, the exchange continued, but I think both sides agree on draw. They are ready for it. Oh, as we can see, Norderbeck has already won his game, and Kirill Shevchenko has resigned.
So after this move, Kirill Shevchenko resigned the game, as there is a checkmate in one from h8 with the queen. And
Yeah, black have the move. They can put their king here, but still, it's a big advantage for white, as they will take the queen.
and grandmasters will surely realize that.
Yeah, that's why he resigned, and it was a quite interesting move from Norderbeck. He gave up his pawn, but took the control over the game, as he had a lot of opportunities, and he turned it into a big advantage. And the best way of playing here would be bringing rook to c8, as it would prevent this attack, but black went greedy and killed the pawn straight away, and this was a big mistake. And Kirill lost the game.
They're saying that Idani Poya made a big mistake here. As you can see, Magnus Carlsen is winning the game.
Yeah, he's rocking again. As I told, Magnus is really specialized in endgames, and he can turn the slightest mistake into a win.
And so far, the position is equal.
Yeah, where did the mistake happen?
Five, six.
Oh,
Yeah, here he could have moved to b7, prevent check from e7.
yeah.
He moved to b8, and then he lost the pawn. Now
He lost a pawn, and surely Magnus will turn it into a win.
there is also another game which was finished. It's the game in the third board.
Arjun versus Vidit.
Udit beat his opponent and now has 8.5 points.
We stopped somewhere there, and we can continue it after a little break.
So the position is equal here.
Yeah, it's equal for now, and let's see how Vidit turned it into a win.
This was a bit of inaccuracy.
Yeah, moving this knight to a4. I think it doesn't give any advantage for white. I think he wanted to put his knight somewhere there, but it was a useless move. And now black killed his pawn and activates their bishop.
And also now knight d5.
Oh, it was a strong move.
e4 and now f4.
Yeah, there are a lot of weaknesses.
Queen f3. The knight is transferred. Now it's giving a fork here.
Yeah, and there is going to be some mate chances.
Yeah, we told there is checkmate here in one move.
Yeah, there is a slight advantage for black.
So now this
Pawn is
pawn is
Vic.
yeah. Knight d5. Thanks. Now the defense of the black king is really strong, whereas the king of Erigaisi is really open.
Yeah.
Can be penetrated through the by these rooks, knight, queen.
And then Arjun makes his last mistake.
Queen d3, then g5. Now he's losing his knight here.
Yeah, and he can't do anything.
If he had moved here, this would be captured and then given the fork.
Yeah. Well played from Vidit.
Yeah, now
As we told, Kamer and Bashar Lagrav's games ended in a draw. Because I think
they just
it ended in a draw after some repetitions. Let's see what has happened here.
so that was
Here, black.
blunder.
Yeah, this was a blunder. Let's see why.
So if you had moved to king h8, then after this move he cannot check anymore now, like without capturing the queen.
Yeah, and it would be a mate if he doesn't capture the queen. So an exchange of queens is forced. And
now
after the exchange, black are
d5.
surely going forward and turning their pawn into queens.
So but Vincent Kammer didn't see that, didn't realize his advantage. Instead moved his king to f8, and after some repetitions
Yeah,
agreed to
it's a
draw.
draw in a series of 3 repetitions.
So Magnus Carlsen beat
Oh,
it
yeah.
in Poya, and now he's still keeping his title of sole
Leader.
leader.
Where did we stop? I think
Yeah, we came somewhere here.
it was somewhere here where black have lost the second pawn after exchange. Black gave up their rook for the pawn, and it was in this situation where Poya gave up the game, and actually there is no way out of it.
So I think Magnus Carlsen will face Vidit Santos if he hasn't faced him yet. Because Vidit Santos beat Erigaisi Arjun and has 8.5 points.
Yeah, he has also played with Yu Yangyi. And what about Dmitry Andreikin?
Oh no.
Here, Yu Yangyi has the lead. So yeah, I think he will play with it.
And also, I think today, if Norbek Absatarf will win the following round, he will be playing with Magnus Carlsen. There is also probability of playing with him.
Yeah, it could happen because as Carlsen is the reigning World Rapid champion, Norbek was the champion 2 years ago, and it will be an interesting match to see. I think Norbek wants to bring his title back.
Yeah, and Carlsen won with it yesterday, and he did the same with Erigaisi Arjun. They agreed to draw with Erigaisi Arjun. He has also played with Vincent Keimer, Vladimir Fedoseev, So he may face Dmitry Andreikin, but as you said, he's losing.
Yeah.
So maybe next game will be
With Norderbeck?
yes.
Yeah. It would have been the most interesting game of the tournament. I came here just to watch this game. Yeah. It's getting interesting. How many points does Dmitry Andreikin have?
Dmitry Andreikin has 7.5.
And what about Norderbeck?
Norbeck has now
An 8?
8. Yes.
Yeah, it's surely going to be a game with Norderbeck.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to the next games. Oh, we were reviewing this game. What happened here? As you told, White had some advantage as they were attacking on this side,
Yeah.
H file, but somehow they made some mistakes and Black took the advantage. Exchange and White are still on the lead, but this was the mistake. White tried to attack Black, and it was a mistake. It was better just to capture the pawn and
So let's see what will have happened here. He would have an advantage of an extra pawn,
yeah.
and the pieces are like more active.
Yeah, because as you can see, Black Bishop is already dead and he would have to kill him, and then another pawn would be an issue. Because, okay, let's see what would happen. If we took this one, Bishop takes this one, pawn meets the
Now,
the bishop, and again we have some good opportunities here to attack, and we have a pawn lead. That would be a win. But now, as we try to attack, there is really no chance of attacking, because this bishop keeps everything safe and there is no attack chances, and this rook is really stuck.
there is also probability of Daniil Dubov playing against either Amsatarf Naderbeck or Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, the next round is surely going to be interesting.
Yeah, we've only got 2 rounds left.
Where did the black made the mistake? The white. Moving this pawn forward was a mistake because it's weak now.
Yeah, and it made rook passive as it now has to defend.
Yeah. And white cannot win the bishop because that would open the file for rook to beat the rook. And now black have a really good advantage as this horse is stuck and it can't move or get into a good position, and black have an advantage of a pawn.
And the pawn on a3 or g5 can be captured in new moves. And now Yu Yang is trying to capture the pawn on a3 here.
Yeah, and it seems like Dmitry Andreikin has lost the game.
And so now it's like 3 pawns ahead.
Yeah, let's see what happened in a quick recap. Yeah, black have a very good attack on this side and it's unstoppable. I think white are fighting for some draw repetition, but it's going to be impossible and black are going to win.
So there is checkmate in
Yeah,
new moves.
it even shows that there is a forced checkmate in 21 moves. Black are marching forward, and there is really no way.
So they came until this situation, and Dmitry Andreikin is trying somehow to,
Beat Yu Yang or get a draw.
yeah,
Okay, let's move to Nepomniachtchi's game versus
Vahidov.
Jahongir Vahidov. So, where did we stop?
Yeah, it was somewhere here, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
I think so. It was somewhere in the middle of the game.
Yeah, these two knights were attacking.
Yeah, there were exchanges, and we told that these bishops are in a good position, and it's going to be a little hard for black, for Jahongir, but he somehow still managed to get a draw. Yeah, they doubled on the d side.
And with this move, with knight d5, just
They gave up this pawn. Yeah, it's really an equal position, and the match ends in a draw.
yeah, with the repetition.
Yeah, it's hard to do something or even anything at this level.
So let's see the game of Nihal Sarin and Vladimir Fedoseev. It's draw. It's equal here.
Yeah, it's a dead draw game, and no one can do anything.
There hasn't been a capture since the 13-8 move. So they are just kind of moving their pieces from one place to another, trying to do something.
Yeah, it's going to be a draw in 13 moves, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we can wait for 13 more moves, or just wait for him to agree. There is really nothing they can do.
Here,
Yeah,
Yu Yang is realizing his advantage. They both are running out of time.
yeah, but the time doesn't matter right now. It's an easy win for Dmitry Andreikin.
For Yu Yang.
Ah, yeah. Are there any other interesting games?
Fabiano Caruana has now made his points to 7.5.
Yeah, Caruana won the Tigran Petrosian. Let's see how it happened. So here black have 5 pawns and white have 6.
And there is weak pawn on h5.
Yeah, and white are pressing it and killing it. And now they're trying to attack on the king side. Yeah, it was on this position where Tigran Petrosian resigned the game, and it's another win for Fabiano.
There is a check in here, bishop e6, and then capturing the rook here.
Yeah, that would be a quality advantage. There was another interesting game, Karobov Anton and Vladislav Artemiev, and it has also ended in a draw. Let's quickly see what happened here.
So now most games are finished. Yeah, so they just repeat it.
Yeah, they repeated the moves and it's a draw. So almost all of the games are finished, and oh, here is Timur Garev's game.
Against Grebnev Alexei.
Yeah. And Timur has the advantage. Let's review the game quickly.
Queen's pawn opening.
Yeah.
Here, Garif Timur has advantage.
Yeah, he already has an advantage of a pawn, and his position seems to be quite good.
Now he's 2 pawns ahead.
Yeah, even though Timur is representing the US, he is originally from Uzbekistan, from Tashkent,
Hmm.
and he had an interesting run on the first day. He won 4 out of 5 games and only lost to Magnus. He can repeat his run today, hopefully.
Yeah, but and yesterday I think he only got 1.5 points out of 4.
Yeah,
That's why he fell down in the list.
yeah, it happens, but as we can see, he's in a good form today.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, now he has a 2 pawn advantage. And if he exchanges some pieces, it's gonna be an easy win. He already exchanged 1 rook and needs to exchange furthermore. This pawn is quite dangerous. I think black can stop it. And they're capturing the next pawn. And the position is lost. We are now right here. And we can move to the next game.
There is no game left. Yakubov Norbek.
Norberg is still playing.
This situation.
Yeah. It's an equal situation as rooks would exchange and black wouldn't be able to do anything with a bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, Norderbeck has the advantage, but sadly he can't do anything with it.
It's really hard to repeat the situation happened in the game with Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firuja. So in like similar position, Magnus Carlsen somehow won the game for black.
But it's Magnus. You can wait anything from him.
Yeah. The same happened in the game with Parham Maksudlu. He just waited for the opponent's mistake, and finally Parham Maksudlu did that mistake.
So how many games are left? 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5.
This game hasn't finished yet. Let's see the second game.
Yeah, Yu Yangyi was winning the game.
Oh,
Oh,
turned to draw here.
interesting.
Now look, this is if black captures the rook, it will be draw. Wow.
No, white can't really capture anything. Like, if say capture the rook, this pawn would turn into a queen, and it would be a lose. But if they don't capture anything, yeah.
It's a draw.
If black capture this rook, moving from side to side, the game would end in a draw with a stalemate.
Let's see where Yu
Missed
Yangyi.
chance from Dmitry.
So it was here when he was having an advantage.
Why would he repeat the same move again and again?
Mm. Yeah. So Yangyi missed the chance of winning.
Could you calculate the chances of Norberg playing versus Magnus after this
So-
result?
Okay, Norweg has now 8 points. Washila Graf and Cameron Vincent played the draw, so they now are half point below. Widget Santos has now 8.5. Magnus Carlsen has now 9 points. So I think he will face either Andreikin Dmitry or Yu Yang high probably.
He has played Yu Yang, if I'm not mistaken.
Uh, you mean Notherbeck?
No, Carlson.
Carlsen. Yeah. So if he has played with Yu Yang, let's see. There is also Danil Dubov. Like,
Winning Giga.
yeah, really inconvenient for other players.
Yeah. And the game is still continuing. Like, why didn't it end in a draw?
Two games left, and these two games are going to be really hot. They
Yeah.
will determine the champion for this year from Rapid.
Let's look at Timur Garayev's position.
The advantage is
Oh,
decreased here.
he made a mistake. Why was the mistake?
Um, so here he missed the chance of winning by moving his knight to d6, and now he he still has some advantage. He may win after some time. Let's see what he can do here. So bishop is attacking the rook here, and now the pawn is captured. There is only one pawn left, and even if Alexei Grebnev will be able to sacrifice his bishop to pawn, he will be able to get half points out of this game. So here the game is still calm. So now the last two rounds are going to be really interesting. So stay with us, as it will determine us the champion for this year. And Magnus Carlsen is now solely leading the tournament. He's followed by Widit Santos with 8.5 points, and there is no one who has such points. So there are several players who has 8 points. But the thing is, Magnus Carlsen has played with Widit Santos, and maybe someone like Amsatarf Notherbeck and Daniil Dubov will try to reduce the chance of Magnus Carlsen to win this tournament, maybe. So it's really interesting. There are a lot of probabilities who can win win the tournament. It may be Notherbeck, it may be Magnus, it can
Yeah,
be
Magnus Carlsen is
Daniel
now.
Duboff.
Mhm.
So anyone can win this tournament.
So I'm back. So let's see the games in the round 11. So we have had so many interesting games, and maybe let's review them one by one. Okay. So here in the third board, we are seeing two Indian grandmasters are facing each other, Arjun Erigaisi and Vidish Santosh Gujarati. You may think that why two grandmasters from India didn't make a draw and help each other, because in in such tournaments people play for each other, not for their country, not for any other person. Now let's see this game from the beginning. So the game started with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. So d4, ed, knight takes pawn, and the bishop in f8 came to c5, attacking the knight on d4. So it's defended with the bishop on e3. So queen is coming to f6. Another defender for the knight in the center in d4. Okay. Now the last pieces of white and black are being activated. Bishop drops back to b3, b6. Castles. Another pawn push, supporting the bishop on b5. Now the queen slides back to g3. Potentially in the next moves, it's going to move to d6 and open up the diagonal for the bishop, and the bishop will potentially to come here, threatening a checkmate on g2. So bishop dropped back. So the knight came to e5, attacking the bishop on d3. For attack, Arjun also responded to attack and pushed the pawn to a5. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes knight, knight takes bishop, queen takes bishop. Another pawn break in the center. Black doesn't want to let white to have the big center, so he wants to destroy one of its pawns and make it isolated pawn and attack it. So, but white didn't choose to take the pawn. He just wanted to protect the pawn on e4 by moving the pawn to f3. Another preventative move from black, a6, knight to c3, bishop e6, bishop to f4 here, attacking the pawn on c7, and it has just been protected by the rook on a8 that has just come to c8. So queen drops back. Now the rooks are being centralized. Oh, this has been a little bit mistake here by Arjun Erigaisi. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Now the bishop here in c4 is attacking the rook on f1. Rook goes to e1. Now the knight has just come to d5, attacking the queen on e3. But the pawn here cannot take the knight on d5, because if it captures, then it will be a big blunder, and white will just lose his queen like this. So white didn't do that, and white just slided back to f3. Knight is sliding, we're trying to enter the white position. Now it's being attacked. Now it's being attacked. Now knight has just come to d3, attacking the rook on e1. Apparently that seems not a big mistake. Now the bishop on c4 has just been captured by the queen, and right here black could have just captured the rook on e1, but if it did so, then white could have two major pieces, bishop and knight for one rook. And in the end game, it's not always difficult to play against such situations. So rook takes knight, g3, check, king goes to g2, knight drops back to g5, knight c3, knight takes pawn, knight goes to d5, and that seems to be a mistake, and the evaluation bar has just dropped to much better. Now it's favoring black right now. So c6, attacking the knight on d5, knight goes to f4, attacking the queen on g6, queen comes to f5, queen is just trying to pin the knight to the queen on f5, but that's not a good move, because black can also reply with attack by moving the pawn from g7 to g5, and knight goes to h5, check on f3, f2, queen goes to h1, queen takes rook, and here Arjun Erigaisi, and a very strong grandmaster from India, has just lost his match against Vidhi Santosh Gujarati. He just resigned. He understood that there is no point in continuing the game. So there is also very interesting game that hasn't finished. Here Nihal Sarin, another strong grandmaster from India, is facing a very strong grandmaster from Russia, Vladimir Fedoseev. So let's go to this game. Now the game seems very likely to end in a draw, because both sides have 4 pawns and king side, and they are just trying to repeat moves. Maybe it's not much. There's not much time left until they will agree to a draw, actually. Now they're just moving their kings around the board, and there is no way that one of them can break through unless one of them makes a big blunder. So this game probably will end in a draw. So let's go to here, where a strong Uzbek grandmaster Nodirbek Abdusattorov has just defeated Grandmaster Shevchenko Kirill in the 11th round of World Rapid Championship. So there are only 2 rounds left till the end of the tournament. So these 2 rounds will determine who will be the World Rapid Champion. Now Magnus Carlsen is leading the tournament solely, and he's got 8.5 points out of 11. So, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Jahongir Vahidov, Nodirbek Abdusattorov has got 8 points out of 11. Now he's half point behind from the leader, Magnus Carlsen. So he played the game. He opened the game with d4, knight f6, c4. We're seeing the Catalan here. Knight f3, castles, bishop to d3, knight to c6. Blocking the center by moving the pawn to d5. Knight comes to b4, attacking the bishop on d3. Bishop drops back. e3, castles. Rook comes to the center. Pawn takes pawn. Bishop takes pawn. Now the knight is attacking the here. So bishop also drops back. Now Nodirbek wants to strengthen his center by moving the pawn to f3, supporting it against these threats. Okay, pawn to c6. A very good prophylactic move from Nodirbek. It's always good to move your king to the edge of the board, where there won't be any pins in the next few moves. So d5. Knight is being kicked out. Knight goes to a6. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, and pawn takes pawn. Now the knight has just come to the edge of the board to h5. Potentially in the next moves it's going to come here. Okay, Now white knows that black wants to come here and just move and block the way with its pawn. Rook, queen comes to b6. But here Norderbeck didn't exactly play accurately. He moved his knight to b5. That's obviously a mistake. Okay, supporting the knight. Knight takes bishop. Now there's a fork of knight to this rook or this bishop. But white chose to attack the queen, which is a much more valuable piece than rook and bishop combined even. So queen comes to b4, rook to a3, knight takes bishop, queen takes bishop, knight goes back to g7. So let's fast forward. After here, Norderbeck has just pushed his pawn to d6, which seems to be a mistake. But that was a game-changing move here, because this pawn seems to be a free pawn. But if black captures this pawn, this will be hanging. Now you can see after queen captured the pawn on d6, the evaluation bar is suddenly favoring white. Bishop takes pawn on b7, rook to b8. Now Norderbeck found a very good move, attacking the queen on d6. Now queen goes to e7. Now Norderbeck is threatening to go here, forking the rook and the king at the same time. So black's just trying to compensate for that fork and just move the rook to b7. So after this check, black king just goes to f8, and after knight goes back to d5, black Shevchenko Kirill resigned, because here in h8 there's a checkmate threat, or if he doesn't want to be checkmated, he has to lose the queen on e7. So they are still playing, they are still holding on, and Nihal Sarin is trying for a win, I think. But it seems like a draw. Even this pawn makes a queen. Yeah, there are now two queens on the board, as you can see, but black's got one more pawn. But that pawn can't exactly go forward.
So is this game still continuing?
Yeah, it hasn't finished. And most of the games, not only most of the games, all games other than this game have already finished.
Yeah, I think Vladimir Fedoseev is trying to somehow win this game.
Yeah.
Because they like both understand that that even draw will not be enough for them to win this tournament.
Because Magnus Carlsen is winning games after each other, right?
Yeah.
He won his last two matches against one of the strongest chess players in the world. Now there are two rounds to go, and he is still solely leading the tournament.
Wow, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Now, after trade, blacks will be able to capitalize their pawn.
Yeah, this was what Fedoseev Vladimir was waiting for, and white has just fell into the trap of black. So, as you can see from such situations, not always you have to make a draw. Maybe you can play till the end and put pressure.
Nihal Sarin resigned the game.
Yes, after making a big blunder by offering a queen trade, he made a blunder and he just lost the game.
I think that's really
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because he did know in heart that the game was a draw, but he made a mistake when he had less than a minute on his clock.
So in this situation, looks like he miscalculated something here.
Yeah, he had 12 seconds on the clock, and in time trouble. Even Magnus Carlsen makes very bad mistakes.
Like 12 seconds is like after the increment of 10 seconds, I think. So he had 2 seconds.
2 seconds, and he had to make a move, and he did this.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. So the pairings are going to be soon
Decided.
decided and released to us.
So until then, we can go to Jawahar Sindarov's game, maybe.
Yeah, he's
He has just won his game, and he's got now 7.5 points out of 11. So Jawahar Sindarov from Uzbekistan has just won his game against Aydin Suleymanov, a strong grandmaster from Kazakhstan. So the game started to e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to b5. We've got Ruy Lopez, Spanish party. So just the common moves. We have seen this variation many times throughout these 3 days. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes knight. Now here the queen just took the pawn on f3. He could have just taken this, but that would have been a mistake, because he would have lost the pawn on g2 as well and open up the king. So now black's trying to hold on to.
So now hold on to this knight. So after like this, this was a mistake. Queen f5, which allowed to sacrifice the bishop very effectively in d4, and after like if pawn had captured the bishop, then after this it would follow checkmate or capture of rook. So that's why that was a mistake. And after bishop d4, he played queen f3. So then game turned to Sindarov Jawahir side, and then just realized his advantage. Just after several moves. So the thing I wanted to mention is that in the following round, Abdusattorov Norderbeck will face Magnus Carlsen, and that's going to be really interesting, because if Abdusattorov will be able to beat Magnus Carlsen, and Vidit Santosh will beat Fedoseev Vladimir, with it, Indian Grandmaster will become the sole leader, and this is, well, I think the
Here
best
Magnus
game
Carlsen
in the
is
tournament.
facing Norderbeck Abdusattorov, and this is going to be, I think, the decisive match for Norderbeck. If he wins this game, he will become the leader of the tournament, maybe.
No, like
He will be tied with many players, right?
yeah, and there is Vidit who has 8.5 points, and if he wins, he will have 9.5. So he may become a top leader.
If Magnus Carlsen loses his game, he may lose the leadership. So Norderbeck will be playing with the white pieces, and he will decide which openings they will play, which directions they will go. So we expect him, to be champion, and we expect him to make exact moves.
That's really interesting game, because Abdusattorov Norderbeck and Magnus Carlsen are facing each other, I think, 2 consecutive years. And if in 2021 Norderbeck defeated Magnus Carlsen, in the last year Norwegian Grandmaster won the game. So and the second game is also going to be really interesting. Vladimir Fedoseev is facing Vidit Santosh, You may wonder why Widget is not playing with Magnus Carlsen. They have already played, and in that game, Norwegian Grandmaster beated the Indian. On the third match, Yu Yang Yi is playing against Daniil Dubov, and like these two rounds are going to be really interesting and are going to determine the game, how it's going to be in the who is going to be champion for this year. Really interesting. So we are waiting for them to start their matches. There are 5 players with 8 points, one with 8.5 and one with 9.
Mm-hmm. So there are only one player who is behind Magnus Carlsen, and he is Vidis Santosh Gujarati. If he wins his game against Vladimir Fedoseev and Magnus Carlsen loses to Nordirbek Abdusattorov, then Vidis Santosh is going to be the sole leader of the tournament. And even in the last round, we would expect that Nordirbek and Vidis Santosh Gujarati would play each other, right?
Yeah.
And that would determine the fate of the tournament, and the winner of that game would be the champion of the world in the rapid section. So the games haven't started, and we are waiting for them. And here, interestingly, Fabiano Caruana, who was not in top 4 boards, has just come to the 4th board, and I think he's got 7.5
7.5. Yeah.
7.5 points out of 11, and now he's also trying to take the top spots.
There is also Sindar Joe here.
Yeah,
playing.
he was like in 50th place yesterday. I think he's having a very good day today. Now,
He won 2 games in a row
yes,
today, and now is playing at the 5th board against French skilled grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I think this is by far the most interesting round, because 3 Uzbek players are playing against very good players. For example, Nordirbek Abdusattorov is playing against Magnus Carlsen. Wakidev Jahangir is also playing Pragnananda, a very strong grandmaster from India. And here, Sindar Jawahar is playing against, as my partner said, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France. We are going to have very heated matches, as these are the last 2 rounds of the tournament.
So the last time they faced in the Rapid World Chess Championship, Magnus Carlsen was playing with white, and Abdusattorov was playing for black. But in 2021, when Nordirbek became a champion, he was playing for white, and the story may repeat.
Yeah, when Magnus Carlsen was playing with white, he won. And when Nordirbek Abdusattorov played with white, he won. So will we see the occurrent, the coincidence again? If this happens exactly like that, that could be really great. Because here in the second board, Vidis Santosh Gujarati may lose to Vladimir Fedoseev, or maybe even draw. If it's draw, then Nordirbek and Vidis Santosh Gujarati will be leading the tournament with 9 points, 9.5 points.
So let's see the last time.
Okay.
Nordirbek played c4 in the first move.
So English opening.
Yes.
Okay.
They went to English opening. Knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight f3. Yes, knight c6. E4, bishop b4. So they played this opening. Maybe Abdusattorov will repeat that opening one more time. And at that game, Nordirbek was behind Magnus Carlsen, same as today, but he was but Magnus Carlsen was ahead of half point at that time, and now it's 1. That's the whole point.
Now, even if Norderberg Absatar wins this match against Magnus Carlsen, then it is still there will be three people with the sole leader, right? If Vidi Santos Gujarati wins his game, he will be the sole leader. But if he draws his game with Vladimir Fedoseev and Magnus Carlsen loses to Norderberg Absatarov, then we are going to have two players for fighting for the first place. They would be Norderberg Absatarov and Vidi Santos Gujarati.
Look, there is also one interesting thing.
Okay.
If now another backup Targ will win the game, and so and Vidit Santos will play a draw, and in the next game, it's highly probably Abdusattar will play against Vidit Santos.
Yes.
And if they make a draw and Magnus Carlsen will win the game, there will be three leaders. I'm not including the others. Maybe they will also be in that top, in the podium of the competition.
Okay.
So, but that may turn really interesting because we did have lost to Magnus Carlsen.
And Norderberg Absatarov has won Magnus Carlsen. In the if that case
Yes.
happens, and and the games would potentially go to I think like Armageddon something.
Yeah, so everything is going to be resolved in the next two rounds.
Yeah. Now the games have already started. I think no.
they
They
have
haven't.
started.
It was the moves that we made according to the game they played last year. So let's see here. Anishkir, another top grandmaster from Netherlands, is also playing. He has just come to the 8th board. I think he's also having a great day today. I think he's got 7 or 7.5 points out of 11. Here he is playing against Anton Gujaro David from Spain. In the 6th board, we are seeing the pairings. Keimer Vincent is playing against Peter Svidler. Many people are trying to support Uzbek Grandmaster Norderberg Abdusattorov here because he's the only one that could fight for the championship title of Rapid 2023. If he wins his last two games and maybe even draws one, according to some scenarios, he may still win the tournament.
Yeah, and in
D4.
these days, Feruja is playing in Rouen Open, the competition.
Yes.
So and then he won 4 games in a row and surpassed Wesley So in the LO rating ranking.
So by surpassing Wesley So in the ELO ranking, he's just trying to get a spot on the candidates tournament by being the highest rated player on classical, and he's managing that, I suppose right now. If Wesley So doesn't play some kind of last day tournaments in 2023, because there is like 3 days left till the end of this year, if he doesn't play in any tournament and add points to his rating, then he will lose his spot on the candidates tournament.
I think they played in December this year. They have already played, and at that time Magnus Carlsen beat Abdusattorov in Armageddon, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, which game did you say?
Like
This year in December?
Yeah, this year in December.
Yeah. In CCT finals, Champions Chess Tour, where in Toronto, Canada, it was the Champions Chess Tour finals. The qualified players from the 6 or 7 tournaments that happened throughout the year came together in Canada for the big grand prize of $200,000. For the first place, the cash prize was $200,000. For the second place, the prize cash was $100,000. So Norderberg Abdusattorov in that tournament didn't play so bad. He played normal, and when he played against Wesley So in semifinals, he won the first half of the tournament. Then in the second set, he lost his match against Wesley So, and that's because of that they went to Armageddon. In Armageddon, he beat 9 minutes and 6 seconds, I suppose. And Wesley So played with white pieces, and in the time trouble, another big upset made mistakes and he lost the game and became shared the third and fourth spots with Fabiano Caruana and took $50,000 home. So games haven't started. I think they are in the preparations process. They are just going to preparing the boards, just taking some break.
Last year, after 11th round, Magnus Carlsen and Vladislav Artemiev were leading the tournament with 8.5 points. And Dubov Daniil, Vincent Keimer, Vladimir Fedoseev, Fabiano Caruana, Vidit Santos were pursuing them with 8 points.
So it's like something like similar, right? Because here we can see Fabiano Caruana on the fourth board. On the second board, we can see Vidit Santos Gujarati.
And Fedoseev.
Fedoseev as well. So these players are very good at rapid, and we can see this by in the last year in the rapid championship they were playing really well and they were in top spots, and still even it's after 1 year they're still sharing the top spots and trying to become world rapid champion.
Games soon are going to be started.
So let's go to other pairings maybe. Here we can see an Armenian grandmaster that plays from the name of USA Chess Federation, Levon Aronian, is going to play against Murzin Volodar in the 11th board. And here another interesting pair here. Shevchenko Kirill is going to play against Yan Nepomniachtchi.
Both played against Uzbek players in the previous round. Shevchenko Kirill was playing against Nodirbek Absatarov.
And he was defeated by Nodirbek Absatarov.
And Yan Nepomniachtchi played a draw with Jahangir Vahidov.
So
now there are 3 Uzbek players in the top 10 boards. So the host team is really performing well. So let's wait for games to start. Let's see some other pairings. Van Forest Kuparadze.
Maybe in the 14th board we can see Vladislav Artemiev against Ivan Cheparinov. They were playing really well throughout 2 days of the World Rapid Championship, but now I think they're not having a very good day today, and I think they made draws or lost their last match.
There is also Niemann, 26th board.
Hans Niemann. I think the biggest personality in chess in 2023 because of chess cheating scandal with Magnus Carlsen, where they, agreed to terms in court.
There is also there are also Uzbek players who are playing in 3 successive boards. Maraminov Muhaddan, Igmatov Ortik, and Abdurrahmanov Muhammad Ali are playing in near to each other. So the games are about to start. As you can see, chess players are arriving one by another, and so feel free to guess who will win this tournament. If it is Magnus Carlsen, then he will it will be the fourth or the fifth time he's becoming, he's earning this title. Well, we did Santosh Gujarati haven't won any such championships. Abdusattar of Norway have won once in Warsaw 2021. Vladimir Fedoseev didn't. So there are no other players which won which won the championship previously, except Abdusattar of Norway and Magnus Carlsen. Maybe I'm mistaken, but let's see that one more time. Daniil Dubov also won in 2018. Shahryar Mamediyarov also in 2013. So there is also Vasily Ivanchuk and Vishwanathan Anand, which won in 2016 and 2017 respectively.
Okay. Now the games of 12th round haven't started when we are waiting for them to start actually, but because of maybe break they haven't started their games. Now you can see that there are 97 games here, because can you remember yesterday there were 100 games. So 6 players maybe withdrawn from the tournament because of their results, and because as they understood that as they understood that they didn't even have a chance to be in top maybe 30, they just withdrew from the tournament. Maybe just travel around Samarkand. We did some historical places because there are many historical places in Samarkand, and it is one of the oldest cities in the world.
Let's wait for the games to start.
Maybe we can go to. Maybe we can play a quick
Yeah,
match here
let's play.
ourselves. Let's play like 2+1. Here, let's go in order to keep the things spicing us up. So let's go here. Put the bishop here. Now this move is no. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Now if the bishop comes to here, I'll just take the pawn on. Yeah, I'll just take the pawn right now. Just now put the bishop here. Just castle. And maybe exchange pawns in the center. No, he didn't decide. Okay. Now I can go to here maybe. Just come to here. Now I'll just try to exchange a pair of rooks. My opponent is thinking right now, so let's see what move he's going to make. He came to b4. So let's just try to exchange a pair of rooks to simplify the game a little bit. So let's just take it. Just maybe come back to here maybe, right?
Yeah, and then
maybe just here, right?
that's also an option.
Okay, let's go here.
You can also bring your knight to d6 and then to c4 after defending the
Okay.
d6.
Then I will bring my rook to c8, right?
Yeah, so now you can just capture that.
Okay, let's just exchange. Now we are going to exchange the queens as well. And I'm up nearly 30 seconds on the clock, and that's not so bad.
Just attacking, because he's going to move with his rook to c7.
He's
So
going to come, right?
yeah, rook
Like-
d8. Rook d8.
If
more
he came Now he can come here. He can come here as well.
Yes.
And I think that's not so bad.
What if he will offer a trade?
Now we have just exchanged the bishop to a knight, and we'll see who is going to win the endgame. We'll try to keep. Okay, now he's going to come here. I think. Well, maybe here, attacking the pawn on
Bishop
here.
d5.
Let's go. Now we'll bring the rook. Now the rook is going to come
Bishop
here.
c4. Move bishop c4.
Now we are again blocking the way of this rook. Let's come here.
You could even go bishop d3.
Okay. Let's go, and maybe this time we'll go to here, right?
Maybe like you can even move with your rook to f5. Yes.
Yeah, let's attack this. If this comes to here, we'll take here like en passant.
And then you can move with your rook to d5, then to d3.
Okay, let's maybe.
First, you can move with your rook, yeah.
Yeah, let's open up the diagonal first, and after the bishop goes away, we'll just take the pawn, push the pawn, and bring the king to e6, protecting the pawn.
So there is no need to.
There is no need even. We'll come to the second rank to prevent to attack the pawn on here. Maybe in the next few moves, attacking the pawn here. Let's go. Let's activate our king. We don't have to take. We'll just go here. Okay. If it takes, takes. Maybe push the pawns forward, right?
Yeah.
Because
I think he's going to come with rook.
yeah. Let's just go.
You just lost one pawn.
No. Come here.
No, I meant like rook h7. He could have captured.
Let's come here. Okay.
Rook d4, and that's all. Yeah, that's all.
Now just winning. You are straight up winning. So now we got 5 pawns each. Okay, even let's go.
Could have like even blocked the by moving to g4.
Maybe. Okay, let's just go there.
Like to simplify the
Let's
positions.
go. Take the pawn and just make a queen. Yeah, he just resigned the game. So
Let's back.
Let's get back. They just
already
started. Yeah, let's go.
Let's get. Oh, Daniil Dubov and Yu Yangi have played a draw.
We're
Let's
interested.
see in how many moves they played Rui Lopez, and in that opening they decided to draw.
In the 10th move.
I don't think that's good for both players because now they are going to decline in the standings.
Yes, and both of them have just made the probability of becoming champion 0. I think.
So let's see the game of Norderbeck. Let's watch the game of Norderbeck up to Targ and Magnus Carlsen. The most interesting game, not only this round, but the whole tournament.
Yes, the main match we can say even.
Yeah, this is the battle of two previous champions. Yeah, so they didn't follow the last game.
Here they're playing Queen's Gambit, declined for now. Now it's accepted, so it's a rock solid. Now Norderbeck will try to win, maybe take risks in this game because he's down 1 point than Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus Carlsen needs only a draw, and in the next round maybe just make one win and just become a champion. Now he will try to, I think, play solidly.
Like Magnus Carlsen even can afford draw because he already won with it Santos.
Yes.
So like even if we did Santos and Magnus Carlsen will have the same points, the Norwegian Grandmaster will be on the first place because of the
additional statistics.
Yeah, and personal games.
Yes.
So let's see the game of they went to an early trade of queens.
I think it's also going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Like Queen's Gambit declined, it's and accepted in the middle. Just winning.
Just early trade.
Now White is up a pawn right now.
They may get back by like
Yeah,
doing
like
this.
that. And that could just not only win back one pawn, but also then destroy the the bond between the pawn on here and
But I think first of all he'll move with his king, because if he'll play bishop c3, then the game is going to turn really bad for blacks, because it's open, and after this, as you can see, Widy Santos will bring his rooks here, activate his
yeah, these two
bishop.
bishops could be really dangerous for black king.
So I think here is also another early trade of queens.
But that's not good for Nonderbeg actually, because with queens on the board, the probability of attacking is higher, and playing with the Magnus Carlsen in the end game, the greatest end game player of all time, is not going to be easy. But we have seen him win, even classical, even rapid games against Magnus Carlsen. So we are hoping that he will win the game.
There's a little advantage for white side. So let's see the fourth game. Dmitry Andreikin is playing against Fabian Caruana.
So we got the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Wow.
Now white just gave up a pawn, and just black is just trying to hold on to that pawn by moving to f5.
So the position here is favoring for white. As you can see, black cannot castle now. It can here, but it will be very risky. White can, on the other hand, Andreikin may decide to castle to the king's side, and then activate his rook from here, then start attacking by exchanging these pawns and bringing his knight here.
So maybe we can go to another Uzbek grandmaster, Jawahir Sindarov's game against one of the strongest people on earth in the rapid, in classical, in blitz, Maxim Vashiel-Agraviev. Let's go. So it's not going good for Jawahir, I think. So let's go from the beginning. E4, C5.
Still in defense.
So we got the classical variation here. Now it became to dragon. So,
yeah, this game.
So little problem with the internet. So we were like here, I think. Yeah, we were here. And they traded off their bishops, dark squared bishops,
And knights too.
knights as well. Now pawn to f3.
Bishop a6.
Now white will try. Now this move is being, recommended by computer. And no, but this is very bad mistake here. You see, after this move, he can't take with this, and he has to move the queen, and he will just lose the rook on a1.
Yeah, so the only option here would be just capturing that knight.
Yes.
So as to win at least the knight for rook. And also this structure of pawns is not stable. Well, there is a bishop. This is a good barrier for this bishop, but queen can easily go just penetrate inside.
Okay.
It followed.
Yeah, he
as you
found the
said.
right move, and he's now up an exchange. Now it's going to be really difficult for Jawahir to equalize the game, even equalize. We're not talking about winning. He needs to make this draw. He can make this a draw at most, I think, because they both have much time on the clock, and Maxim is a very experienced player. So maybe let's go to another Uzbek grandmaster, Wahidov Jahangir's game against Pragnananda Ramesh Babu.
So as you can see, now Jawahir Sindarov is thinking how to overcome this, and during that time we'll review the game of Pragnananda
And
and
Jahangir Wahidov. So let's go here. So let's go from the beginning. What Nanzay? Okay, it's now you can see there are 6 pawns in the center. They are blocking each other's way, and this is a pawn wall. We can say, and it's difficult to break. And they are both trying to control the center. Now, black is controlling the center on d4, and on the other hand, white is controlling these squares. Okay. Knight f3.
So also I wanted to mention that Pragnananda wasn't seen on top boards
Yes.
during throughout the competition.
Yes.
But as you can see on the round 12, he's back to this to the 7th board.
So we were here, a6, a4, pawn to g6, so h3, h5, taking space. Okay. So both sides are activating their pieces, but now the bishop here is staring at this knight, and this knight maybe in the future is gonna come to here or maybe here. I see it's going to come to f6, because if it comes to here, the pawn on a4 go to a5 and kick out that. Knight is rerouting and potentially coming to maybe here, right?
Yeah, maybe he may even try to go to f4 with his pawn.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
then
Yeah. He just opened the diagonal for the pawn to be pushed, right?
yeah, and he may capture the knight on h5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then kind of moving f4.
Yeah. That could be very good for Pragnananda, but we are rooting for Jahangir Wahidi from Uzbekistan, when we hope he will be on top of the list. And
Let's see, knight f4, bishop g4. So overall, again, the position is closed. This is quite common for Jahangir Wahidov. If you remember, he played he plays this style in this style, and he played in this competition too against Gukesh Damaraju, for instance.
okay.
And I think he played in the same style with Anish Giri too.
All right. So we can go to the first game. That's the most interesting one, and that's the most interesting for us. So let's go to where we were.
So they exchanged their queens.
So Northern decided not to castle, and just so pawn to a4, knight c6, knight f6. Now here, protecting the pawn on c3.
Knight d6, bishop d5, and bishop e6.
Now bishop can take the pawn on here, but I don't know if it's the best move here.
There is a knight, and he may do
This first.
after bringing.
But it's under attack right now.
Yeah, so moving to c4,
But
and
then yeah, it could be a good move, because if it's captured, then it will be captured with the pawn on e4, and it can then be defended with e4, right?
yeah, and I think the pawn on d5 is much stronger
Okay.
than it is on c3, so that's why kind of relocating that to d5 is better option. That's why I think capturing the bishop is not a good choice. So let's see what Norbek Apsatarov will decide. So let's see the second game.
Okay.
Here, Vidit Santosh is having significant advantage here.
That's not good for Uzbek players.
That's not good for both Norbek and Magnus Carlsen.
But Magnus Carlsen, on the other hand, doesn't he doesn't have any pressure. He has won nearly every tournament, maybe twice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't he's not interested in winning this championship. I think, because he just withdrew from World Chess Championship match last year. He just refused to defend his title and gave the spot for Yan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren.
Yeah, he told he was bored.
Yes, he literally told that he was bored, and he said he would come back to play world championship match if the rules were changed. Maybe the time format is changed.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like sitting around the board for like 7 or 8 hours, and then each day.
Hmm.
That's really exhausting
Yes.
and really boring because you kind of uh, get bored by waiting your opponent to move. Whereas in Rapid and Blitz, it's really fast. It happens really quickly.
And it's much more fun to play because when both sides got less time on their clock, they start to make mistakes. Even the best of the best makes mistakes in such situations.
Yeah, and this is and it is mistakes and blunders that make chess really interesting.
Yeah. If nobody makes mistakes, if both sides play perfect chess, then the game will end in a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Oh,
Whoa, that's not something we were expecting for. What?
Magnus
this?
Carlsen and Abdusattar Naderbek agreed to draw the game.
We were like here, right?
Yeah.
He took the bishop.
C4 after king goes to e5. They agreed to draw the game.
Why not? I thought Naderbek would try to win the game. Why would he want to draw the game? He could have just take risk and play until the end, even if the result would be lost. Because now the draw is as bad as losing the game, and he's now losing the chance to be the champion of the world in a rapid section. Why would he want to do that? Now Magnus Carlsen is solely leading the tournament. If Santosh Gujarati wins his game against Vladimir Fedoseev, then they will both share the first places. And in the last round, they will play against each other, and determining the world rapid champion.
They've played against each other.
Yeah. So that means bad news for Vidit here.
Yeah.
Not good. This was not what we were expecting. Or we expected Naderbek to fight till the end, but why would we have seen him play until the end, put his opponents in time trouble and win the game in the end game. Okay, so let's go to another Uzbek grandmaster,
Sindar
Jawahir,
who was not having a good
but
position.
he seems to have equalized the position, but
Yeah.
it's not so equal, but it seems to be defendable if Maxim Vashilagarviav doesn't play as accurately as the computer is expecting him to. Then he may take his chances to make the game a draw. So Maxim is thinking about what his plans are going to be. You can see it here, it's showing +2 because now black is up an exchange here. So maybe you can go to another Uzbek grandmaster's game, Jawahir Wahidov and Pragnananda. He also doesn't seem to have very good match.
So in this position, it's still closed, as you can see. Jahangir Wahidov can try to reinforce his position on the left. On the left by completely blocking this side, bringing his knight here, bringing his king here, then bringing his rook here and start kind of g4.
So the evaluation bar is saying, even if it's saying that it favors black, no, white, but black seems to have very good chance in this game.
And also there is a move of 9h3, which seems to be really interesting. After he brings his rook to g8 and then does like this, he may somehow get inside the defense of white. So Pragnananda wants to block that way also, and yeah, that's closed, and maybe after some time they will like relieve the position. Let's see the second game now. So here, Vidit Santosh still has an advantage. He may bring like he may even let this pawn to be captured, because after knight captures this pawn on c3, he'll just exchange the rooks, and after bishop b2, capture the pawn on g7. So the first and third board, as we have stated, agreed to draw. There is also another game which ended with a draw. It's the game between Nihal Sarin and Sariksan Shant. So queen's pawn opening. So they just traded their pieces and agreed to draw. I don't think there is much of interest in after ninth board, because they have a very low probability of getting into top 3. That would be probably be earned by Vidit Santosh, Magnus Carlsen, and the competition for the third place will be really interesting. So yeah, here after bishop b2, the position is favoring for white side, and this pawn is soon to be captured, and the king is going to be activated from g1 to f2. Yeah, so now the bishop is going to capture the pawn on g7. Even like capturing the knight, and after the pawn captures that bishop, the position, this pawn on the center is going to be weak and soon to be attacked by bringing the king here to the center. So far, let's see the game of the that's taking place in the fourth board. The game is equal. Well, it was favoring white side, but after some moves, the advantage became really low, especially after this move. Rook a4 seems to be better move, because knight on a4 is weak, is inactive, and is kind of letting this bishop to come to d2, and then capture the knight on g5 and return that pawn that was lost.
Okay.
And it was returned back soon, as you can see.
Now the evaluation bar is saying the game is equal. So maybe we can go to other games here. Maybe Maxim Vasily is still thinking about what his plans. Oh, he pushed his pawn to d4, taking away space. Oh, he's just sacrificing his pawn, right?
Yeah,
He's sacking his pawn.
but
If it takes, I think
yeah, he took the pawn. Shinav Jahir took the
he
pawn.
took the pawn. Now black is going to maybe give check from here, right?
And also this, now d line is opened. and he may bring his rook here.
Double the rooks there, maybe.
Yeah.
So maybe you can go to the game of Wahid Jahangir against Pragnananda.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah, here. So
The position became more equal.
now the game seems to be closed for now. Yeah. And now Pragnananda is taking space from black by moving the pawn to a5. And the eval bar is still favoring white because he's got now advantage of space.
So there is also interesting thing. If Sindar of Jawahir and Wahid of Jahangir are going to, if they win the game, they both and Abdusattar of Naderbek will have the same points.
But you know, having three people in the leaderboard and having them exact points,
Yeah.
and none of them can, I think, go to in the top three.
In top three, look, Magnus Carlsen and Vidit Santos will fight for the first place. So the first two places are taken.
Yeah, the third. That means other more than 200 players are only going to play for, not only them, but like 20 or 30 players are only gonna fight for one place, right?
Yes, and Daniil Dubov and Yu Yangi played a draw, and now they have also 8.5 points. So if Fedoseev Vladimir is going to lose the game,
Okay.
he is out of competition. If Dmitry Andreikin
Wins his game against Fabiano Caruana.
he's going to have 9 points.
Oh, good, very good. And he's going to fight for the third place, I think.
Yeah, he will be top. He will be the only one with 9 points, and will be placed in the third place.
But he hasn't played against Vidit, I think.
Do you mean Andreikin?
Yes.
Let's see.
I think they haven't played each other, and if now Andreikin Dimitri wins his game against Fabiano Caruana, then Vidit Santos Gujarati and Dimitri Andreikin in the last round can play each other, and if that game's finished
Yes, they haven't played with each other.
in a draw, Vidit will take the second place, and that game is not finished with draw, and Vidit wins, he will take the second place anyways. But if Andreikin Dimitri wins his game against Vidit in the next match, if he wins this game first against Fabiano Caruana, he is going to be the second place in the World Rapid Championship. So maybe let's go to other. Yeah, here there's a decisive result in the 13th board where Richard Rapport has just defeated Chanda Sandipan from India. So let's go on how the games are. So we got the English opening.
Some unusual English opening.
Yeah, some. Here in the opening part, he made a mistake against one of the strongest people.
Richard Rapport, who was preparing Ding Liren,
For
current
the World Championship.
current champion to the tournament.
And he knows when opponent makes a mistake in opening. So let's see whether he went for it.
And now
He's trying to
can't-
capitalize the mistakes of
King
black.
can't castle now. After Queen h5, Knight f3, e4, Knight g5. So after capturing the knight on g5, there's soon going to be knight d5 with an idea of giving check first and then
Okay.
capturing the bishop on g5, then doing the same with the rook.
Okay.
So Chanda just blocked that way with his bishop.
Takes, pin, check again.
So knight g4, just let
Threatening to take the pawn on f2. and giving a fork,
And
but he
after
lost his own rook.
resigned. After this move, Chanda Sandipan resigned the game in 20 moves.
That
And
means if a grandmaster loses his match against any other player in the 20th move, that means he made a blunder in the opening.
so here the position is still the same.
So maybe we can go to other games. Maybe Anish Giri's game.
Anish Giri.
He's also playing against one of strongest players.
So
from
he elevated the rankings. He was like on the
58th place, I think. Yesterday he was in the 58th place. I think now he's in top 20.
yeah.
So he's having a good day.
So they played Karakan defense.
Okay.
The game went. The opening went well. No one had made a mistake.
Yes. So after this move, you know, White had a little advantage on the board, but after the move Queen to G4, he lost his advantage.
If that was captured, the bishop would just capture that and have a greater access to some points.
But I don't. Let's see
Let's see.
if it's taken. Anyways, it's also not a good move. What would be the good move if it's not this one?
Rook e3 seems to be better.
Blocking the way the rook and kicking out the queen. Yes, that seems to be a good option.
So knight g4 was played.
Now the queen
G4
has just infiltrated into c2 along with the bishop.
So now just bishop traveled here, and then back.
And just made the pawns on f2 and g2. Marched down the board in order to kick the bishop out of its squares.
So they're in this situation.
Okay.
Anton Guyaro can just capture these pawns.
They are free, but White must have a compensation for that.
Yeah, he may offer something like trade-off queens.
Now we have come here, right?
Yes.
Now they are thinking about what their next moves are going to be. So we got another draw on the first board, and here another draw, and Fabiano Caruana has just made a draw with Dimitri Andokhin. And Dimitri Andokhin has got 8.5 out of 9, and Fabiano Caruana, on the other hand, has got 8 points out of 12.
Yeah, and Draken has now 8.5. Same with Abdusattar Vanderbek, Yu Yang Yi, Daniil Dubov.
So
in this situation, they agreed to draw the game. Though Andreikin could try to win somehow, capturing the pawns and can start attacking this pawn then.
okay. So we can go to maybe other games of Uzbek players. Maybe Over Sattarov. That seems to be an interesting game. Okay, let's go to that.
Okay, let's just see where is the advantages. Okay.
Yeah, it seems to have been equalized. Pragnananda hasn't found the accurate way to play against Jahon Wahidov, and he hasn't been able to capitalize the mistakes of him. So the game is now has been equalized. So let's go. Let's see. Sattarov Babur is playing against Theory Renato in the 77th board. That means he doesn't have so many points. So let's see what opening they played. Here they're pushing their pawns rather than their major pieces. So a problem with the internet. So let's see. maybe let's see the game against Gukesh Domaraju and Smirnov Anton here. Okay, let's go to this game. Yes, here. Let's see. So we got the picture of defense. Okay, knights are rerouting. Now there are 2 pawns in the center, d4 and d5. Pawn, bishop to d3, bishop to d6. Okay, let's see. We have seen just early queen trade, but the game is now equal. White also has just gave up the right to defend by castling. Knight is rerouting and is now going to come to g6 or e6. e5. Now rook has been centralized, and maybe potentially it comes to e2 and bring the rook on h1 to e1. You know, putting pressure on the pawn on e2, maybe pushing the pawns on f3 to f4 in the future.
So then Smirnov Anton is deciding to activate his rooks and planning to capture the pawn on g4.
Okay.
And then, so king g2 follows. So far without blunders or mistakes.
Such people rarely makes blunders, I think. Okay, let's continue.
So again, the closed game. So here it's saying that capturing would be a better option.
Let's do this moves. Let's see the sequence.
Let's see.
After they have been exchanged, pawn. But you know the computer is requesting these moves, and he just lost an exchange. But a person cannot and is not able to count this many moves beforehand. Maybe this game will be in a big and in a draw, and this situation is even a draw by if computer plays as white.
So here either this rook or this bishop is going to be captured. If it's not, then there is a check.
So it is the only way that not to
Lose.
yeah.
So bishop b4 follows.
He made a big mistake. He should have just captured the bishop on e5.
Yeah.
Now this bishop is rock solid there. In the dark squares, maybe push the pawn to f4 and put it here. Nothing can like move it from here. Okay. Let's go to here in to the 6th board, where Keimer Vincent from Germany has just lost his game against Swidler Peter. Yes, here. So let's see. We got the English opening. We didn't see early queen trade, so that shows that they both are playing for a win. So they are still in the opening process. Little problem with the internet here. So
After some time,
they came to this situation. There's some.
so they came to this situation,
Okay.
and blunder was made here, g5.
Is it a blunder? Because the evaluation bar seems to be equal.
It was on the black side, as you can see. Then it turned to equal, and this move just totally
Lost the match for
Keimer
black.
Vincent.
Oh.
So now this and these pawns are weak.
They're hanging right now.
Yeah,
Both of them are not protected. If one of them even falls, then the game is just lost.
yeah, and now if the I think he's going to capture the pawn on f2, then bishop e5, bringing pawns to h5 and h4, capturing that pawn on g3, and the game will be over.
Yeah. Vincent Cameron also knows that, and here he resigned.
He resigned the game.
You know, he's down 2 pawns, and even if he's got 3 pawns, and all of them are in different sides of the board, and 2 of his pawns are doubled and damaged, so he just didn't want to continue.
There is a move of bishop to f6,
Mm-hmm.
and the queen is trapped here.
That, yeah, I think he didn't want to lose his queen.
Yeah.
Rather he, you know, chose to lose the game, right?
He could have moved to something
But
d8, but still this pawn is lost.
the pawns would drop one by one, and the pawns would march forward to the first and second ranks of the white side, and potentially make a queen and win the endgame. Okay.
So let's see what's happening here.
Okay.
Vidit couldn't realize his advantage. He still has some, but this is decreased.
So they both have got no. I think Widit's got 8.5, and Vladimir Fedoseev has got 8 points, right?
Yes.
If Vladimir Fedoseev wins this match, then another big upset daughter, Vladimir Fedoseev and Widit Santosh Gujarati are going to have exact points, like 8.5 out of 12.
If Fedoseev will win, he'll have 9 points.
Oh, he'll have 9 points. Then in the last round, he will play against Norderbek, maybe, or maybe Norderbek will play against Widit.
Yeah, these are 2 possible options.
Okay, let's see the decisive games again. Here, no. Yeah, here, Parkhan Maksudlu. Has just won his game against Pavel Pankratov. So we got the Sicilian defense, classical variation. Yeah, the Kalashnikov variation after e5. So we can see an opening mistake here. A little problem with the internet again. So sorry for that. It's not up to us.
d2. Still developing the pieces.
Yes.
And activating them.
So if you got any questions, then you can feel free to write them in the comment section below. Even if it's in Uzbek, we'll try to explain you.
So now the point is maybe capturing the knight on c3, and then capturing the pawn on e4.
That seems to...
Knight g3, and now even if Parham Maksudlu captured the knight on c3, it's still defended.
Now black is potentially trying to put a pressure on the knight on c3 by doubling the rooks on this file, I think, right? Because why would he move his rook 1 square up if he didn't want to do that?
So he just captured that.
I think he just wasted one of his moves, right? He put it 1 square up and then captured.
No, he wanted this here, the knight to be moved here.
After it moved, he got the chance and he took it. Yes.
So the main turning point was here. After this move, he lost his pawn here. And then this move was really beautiful.
Okay.
As you can see, if that captures, there will be knight d1, and then capitalizing to queen. So as you can see in the video, Sindarov Jawahir and Vashir Lagraf are playing really fast.
Yeah, they don't have so much time on their clock, and now it's just lost for... Unfortunately, Sindarov Jawahir is just losing his match. That's not good. And we expected 3 Uzbek players to have the exact points, but here Sindar Jawahir is losing his match against Maxim Vashilagravyev.
So here, Vidit Santosh is now losing the game.
Whoa, he was winning the game just before 5 or 10 moves. How this happened?
There was an advantage here.
Yeah, he had a big advantage in the middle
After this
game.
move, he lost the advantage. He could have give a check and then capture the pawn on
Yeah.
h7.
He just lost. Mm,
But still, it wasn't so bad.
mhm.
Here, it was so good for white. After king d2, the turn a bit bad. So he could like move to e7.
Mhm.
Uh,
And go to bishop to f6 maybe to protect it.
f7?
No, no, no. This bishop on c3,
Yeah.
attacking the knight at the same time and protecting the pawn on e7.
Yeah, that was better option, but he played king d2
Oh,
after check.
and the situation has now been equalized. And
Yeah,
after
this move.
oh, he has been a little bit more greedy.
So now he's now losing the
Mm-hmm.
bishop on c3.
Oh, so that the winning, losing the game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Oh,
would.
it became equal.
And as Vladimir Fedoseev couldn't find the right way to go, the situation has now been equalized again. Fedoseev made a mistake, you know. It's understandable, you know. This situation requires.
And that pressure and pressure given on both players is really high.
Okay.
So with Santos is planning something like bringing his king to g5, passing his pawn on h6, then capitalizing that to a queen. So yeah, Sindarovjo here lost the game. He resigned after this time. So he captured the rook. So if that followed, that would just king f2, g4, g3, g2. Then the bishop is captured, and this turned to a queen. And there is also another game of Uzbek. Wahid of Jahangir is playing against Pragnananda. There is a little advantage for whites,
Mm-hmm.
but the game is closed and it's really hard to find. Especially Pragnananda has a burnout of time. He has got only 10 seconds on his clock, whereas Wahid of Jahangir has a bit less of a minute. So knight b5 follows. This wasn't a good move. Bishop b6.
Mm-hmm.
So again, Pragnananda couldn't find the right way.
And Jawahar Sindar lost his match against Maxim Ashilakraviev.
So now I think the game will be followed by several mistakes because they have got very few seconds. There isn't a way to penetrate the defense and get somehow out of it. Here, Vidit Santosh is again losing the. Let's see what game is going to turn. So there is also you guys see Arjun playing against Idani Poya. The game here is equal, and I think the game is going to be soon play the draw. They'll share the points. Here Muzin Voladar is winning from Aronyan Levon Aronyan. So after this he'll just put his king to g3, h3, h2, and then to queen.
So he's also going to win
Yeah,
his
so
game against one of the strongest
Levon
grandmasters.
Aronyan resigned the game.
Yeah. Here, Vladimir Fedoseev is winning his game against Vidit Santosh Gujarati.
So now the bishop is soon going to be lost.
Okay.
As you can see, rook g4. If it's captured, then there will be queen. Knight f5. So
It is one square away from queening.
that's Vladimir Fedoseev is now winning the game.
Now, with it will eventually resign the game, maybe after a few moves. So let's go to other games as well.
So I think the most there is still something that needs to be watched. If Vladimir Fedoseev is going to win,
Okay.
he's going to face Magnus Carlsen,
All right.
and in the case if the Russian grandmaster will beat, he will become a champion.
Magnus Carlsen.
Fedoseev Vladimir, if he beats,
Magnus Carlsen, then he will become the champion.
yes.
But hasn't he played with Magnus Carlsen? He has lost to Magnus Carlsen.
No, he hasn't played.
He hasn't. That means there is some drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has lost his match.
Yes. So in that case, I think it's time to congratulate Magnus Carlsen with another championship.
Okay.
Maybe
Mm-hmm.
it's
Most
really
of the
hard
games-
to surpass him now.
8 games out of 10 in the top 10 boards in the championship have finished, and three of them are decisive, and others are finished with a draw. Maybe you can watch this one.
So we did resign the game.
So we can go to the game of Jahangir Wahidov against Pragnananda Ramesh Babu.
This after this move, he could have like followed this way. D6, rook e4. So the game was following this way. The advantage is still on the white side.
But the game seemed to be equalized before a few moves, but seems that they both have so less time on their clock, and the eval bar is just like playing,
Yeah.
going up and down, going up and down.
After this, he could have captured this,
Uh-huh.
just put his rooks here, and then
And just wait for the white to break through, right?
yeah, just could have agreed to draw.
Yeah. But
But Wahid Jahangir wants to win. That's why
he wants to win the losing position
Yeah, it's hard to
Yeah.
say that
because
by looking at this position. It's really hard to say that there is advantage on the white side. For me, it's equal here.
okay, because you wouldn't have the evaluation bar with yourself, right?
Yeah.
That's why. Okay, here still they're playing and trying to. Rook goes back to a1 with the idea of what actually? Oh, Nepomniachtchi's game hasn't finished. Let's see that.
Kirill Shevchenko, and the Kirill Shevchenko is winning the game, but still the advantage is not that high.
Okay,
So Yan Nepomniachtchi can return somehow.
but
game.
he's got 3 pawns against knight, I think, right?
Yeah,
But even if the eval bar is saying white is winning, it's not clear because those 3 pawns could be stronger in an endgame and potentially become 3 queens even. Okay.
so now planning to capture the pawn on g4 with a rook. There is another game between Petrov Nikita and Pingin Artem.
All right.
That's a draw. Jacques G from Man.
Okay.
This is the 8 years old guy,
All right.
and he is losing to Vadim Zvagintsov.
Difficult name to pronounce.
Yeah, looks like he's
From
Some kind of-
Ukraine or something like that, right?
yeah, maybe it's like Serbia.
Serbia. I don't know. Maybe let's go to the next one.
There is also Jumabai Rinat and Oro Faustino.
Mm-hmm.
This rook is trapped, and white can easily realize that.
And why will capitalize on that mistake and will try to win the game eventually.
Yeah, so like let's get back to the top games.
Okay.
So
Whoa.
the advantage is now huge for Pragnananda.
Now he can go with his rook to h7. And he went there.
So now rook h7, bringing another rook here,
Okay.
and start attacking the
From
bishop.
Uh-huh. And when the black will be defending passively, white's knight will also join the party.
Yeah, he may. It's now hard, of course, to bring the knight here because after this move there is rook b3.
Yes. Now the rook on h3 is also seems to be stuck actually because the pawn on b3 is not defended. But if it goes to maybe to the seventh rank in the black position, then this dot pawn will be undefended. So what's the game plan to win the game for white?
So now offering a trade.
Okay.
I think Pragnanand will accept that because it's really dangerous for him to
Yeah.
kind of stay passive and defend this pawn on b3.
But maybe Jahangir made a mistake again, right? Because offering a pair of rooks doesn't seem to be good.
Yeah.
But yeah, he could have traded them like this way. Even if he didn't offer the trade, and then white could just come here and give a check, and eventually exchange rooks on b7 or b8. Okay.
The position here turned to black side.
Okay. Okay.
Blacks are now benefiting. They have got now 4 pawns more with to
Whoa.
compared to a knight here.
But yeah, it looks like
Yanni Pomniashi will win.
the
And
game. Yeah, as we said earlier, it's so difficult in such positions to play against these 3 pawns because it's like complicated, and even with the time trouble, like they have just less than 30 seconds on their clock. It's really difficult to play with the knight here. Maybe white will fork queen and king at some point and maybe try to win the game like that.
so now only 2 games left.
Okay.
This one and Wahid of Jahangir's and
Oh.
Pragnananda's game.
Wahid Jahangir was losing last time we checked.
So now Yanni Pomniashi is certainly will win the game
Okay.
after trades of queens.
Mm-hmm.
But Kirill Shevchenko may try to somehow give a perpetual checks.
If he finds a way to give checks, from these different squares, and if this position is repeated 3 times.
Here the position is still for the black side. Well, it's really hard to find a way to break out this defense. It really demands some time to think about that. How to bring the knight properly is really hard to think of. But he may bring his knight to c3, b5 with potential to d6, and when it will be defended by a bishop, he may give a check from c7 and capture the pawn on a5. So Pragnananda is somehow trying to give checks and increase his time, as now he has only got 1 seconds, and I think time is a bit out of. Yeah, rook g7. So they're left like 1 second, and he had moved his rook to g7. Bishop e7. Oh, so now game may turn completely to another side. If Wahid of Jahangir will be able to kick out this rook from this side, he may be able to get to get to a draw. Let's see. So Yani Pomniashi, as we told, won the game with the final position of rook c2 with a checkmate in 5 moves. After this, g5, check, and then checkmate from here. So the only game that's left is this. Now Pragnanand is trying to reroute his knight to f5 and maybe h5 too. Yeah, well, probably to f5, bringing his king, bringing his king to b5, c6, d7, and then to e6. Grab that pawn and potentially win. So in that case, let's analyze the standings, potential standings. So Magnus Carlsen have got now 9.5 points. The closest to him is Vladimir Fedoseev with with 9 points. But Magnus Carlsen had already played with Vidit Santosh, Vladimir Fedoseev, Abdusattarov, but he hasn't played with Daniil Dubov, Yu Yangyi, Dmitry Andreikin, so he may face Yu Yangyi. No, he has already played with Yu Yangyi and played a draw with him. So probably he will be playing with Daniil Dubov. That's also going to be really interesting because Daniil Dubov is someone who likes to risk, though in some cases he agrees to an early draw. Wolf Daniil may try to beat Magnus Carlsen. Let's see. So this game is surely for white side. Now Jahangir Vahidov is running out of time in this position. So Jahangir Vahidov is trying his last hopes to become true. Let's see if he can manage that. The only game that's left is this, as I told earlier. So after this game finishes, soon there will be the final pairings for the round 13. There is also Vidit Santosh, who may face Abdusattarov Naderbek in the last round, and now the things changed. Vladimir Fedoseev and Magnus Carlsen are likely to play for the first place, but if Vladimir Fedoseev is going to lose, he may even not be in top 3. So everything is going to be resolved in the last round. Before that, let's revise this. Let's see what's happening. Vahidov Jahangir, if you remember, won Olympiad chess Olympiad in 2022 with an Uzbek national team, and in the last round, like it was Jahangir Vahidov who brought the championship to a national team. But this time his position is really poor.
And he's gonna lose the game. So let's go to other games where Gukesh Damaraju has won
So
his game.
they are also saying that
Okay.
potentially may Pragnananda may face Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
That's also really interesting.
Okay.
So let's see the game of Gukesh Damaraju and Anton Smirnov.
So the game started with e4, e5, knight f3, knight to6. So it's a Petrov defense. We have seen this variation many times.
So bishop d3, bishop d6, knight c3, c6. Early trade of queens. Here trade of knight to. Now, yeah, so we have seen this game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we have seen that this game. Um, let's see the game of maybe Alexander Grishuk and Bharat Subramanian. So Wahidov Jahangir lost now the game, and he's now out of competition. He may try to be in top 3 in the Blitz Chess Championship. So let's see the game of Grishuk Alexander and Bharat Subramaniam. So it starts with Queen's Pawn opening. So the game went quite well. They traded the bishops and rooks. So now just repetition, and they agreed to draw finally. So maybe the round 13 pairings have been announced. Yeah, they are announced. Let's see the pairings for the last round. So Magnus Carlsen will be playing against Pragnananda. Interesting pairing. And also Vladimir Fedoseev will be facing Andreikin Dmitry. Vidit Santosh against Vashela Graf. Petr Svidler against Yu Yang Yi. Murzin Voladar against Abdusattorov Noderbek. So there is one player with 9.5 points, with one player with 9, and there are 9 players with 8.5 points. So the competition will be high, really high, even for the, like here 11 people can win this tournament. Actually, even people with chess players with 8.5 points can somehow be in top 1, though that seems really hard. So now all depends to the last round. So uh, before the round 13, the hottest round, the last one, and let's play. Let's warm up a little bit. So let's see. E4, C5, still in defense, and F4. Trade off pawns here. Get back to the previous position. Activating knights. The white is castling. So now trying to capture the pawn on b2 or checkmate on a2 and h2. So giving a check from here. Capturing the on b2. Why not to earn some more pawns here? Yan, like this. d4, blocking the way. b8. f5, activating pawns, and then I'm planning to bring the rook here. So in this case, I'll just no, that's doesn't seem to be a good option. b6 maybe. No opening for white bishop to have more access, but still kind of at least preventing the capture of the pawn.
White seems to be the one attacking, and we are defending. So the bishops of c8 and c7 are staring at nearly nothing, and they're not so active. But the bishops of white are really active, and one of them is standing in the center of the board.
Queen d7. So now if we are going to manage to fight back,
Yeah, and the opponent's got less than 30 seconds on his clock. Maybe you can try to win
yeah,
with the clock.
for me, I'm planning to trade the pieces
Okay.
as soon as possible, because that would give me a bit more freedom and more safety. I'm we're 3 pawns ahead.
Yeah, so it's not going to be difficult to win this game.
Queen d6. So it's time to activate this bishop.
So maybe putting it to f5, right?
Yeah.
The black rook can't come because e6 square is now defended. No, Maybe you can take, as you said.
I'm bringing it here.
Okay.
So as I said, I'm trying for trade, and more trades is of course better for me.
Yeah. And White is going to lose from clock, and he's got less than 3 seconds on his clock.
Let's activate the pawns from the side. G5.
You could have just taken even, because the rook was defended.
Let's not risk and just take.
Yeah,
activate
maybe
the
you
pawn.
check from g6. Yeah,
Yeah.
we won the game.
So let's get back. Maybe the games have started. No, sorry. Game 13. We're still waiting.
No, the games haven't started, so maybe we can play one more match. So, let's go. We're going to play a bullet game, 2+1, 2 minutes main time and 1+ seconds increment for every move which we make. So let's go. Let's go e4. Okay, let's defend. Let's push the pawn forward. Take away space. Let's go. Let's defend the pawn.
Thanks for everyone who is supporting us.
Yes. Thanks for everyone who are with us from till the end of the commentary. It is the I don't think many Uzbek people have commentated the tournaments in English. So I think we are one of the pioneers. So if there are mistakes, tell us, and we will try to correct them in the next translations.
So far, players haven't arrived yet.
Okay.
They're still arranging the tables and preparing for the last round. The last time Pragnananda and Magnus Carlsen have faced was, I think they faced in this year.
Okay.
Let's see, Pragnananda. So the game is like equal here.
So what move do you recommend? If I move the bishop to any other square, this pawn will hang. If I try to,
Yeah, put a a4.
but what about if you do this?
Then
Yeah, he did this. He moved this.
just bishop d3. Maybe no. Wait, bishop.
But if this pawn drops, then I think that's the game over.
Wait, you may try something like
Queen trade. No, anyways, I think.
no, I think just putting it to d3 will be a better option, and then rook b1, and then capturing with queen to b7. No, with queen. Otherwise, you're going to lose the.
Oh yeah, the rook on e1. So
just capture that.
let's have 2 rooks for 1.
No, wow.
Oh, another some blunder we
You can
made.
just resign the
Okay,
game.
let's resign. Let's start.
Just check.
No, the games hasn't started, so let's play another match here. So
the last time they faced each other was in FIDE World Cup.
So we are losing from time here. So let's play another match until the start of the last round of World Rapid Championship 2023 in Samarkand. So let's get going.
So the last they faced in Tata Steel Chess
Yes.
this year, and the result was I think on the Magnus Carlsen side.
So let's start the game with e4. Okay, we got the Sicilian defense here. So the pawn was hanging here in e4, but my opponent didn't see that. That's good. We're not losing the game.
So I think you understand that we're a bit exhausted here.
Yeah. Just trying to sit and commentate everything here for hours and hours and hours is not so easy. Mm. Okay, let's go here. Okay, pawn push, but
Yeah, just capture that.
there are going to be two pawns in the center, and
Then to just
it's
knight.
going to come here, right? I need to drop back it to here, I think.
Yeah, that's also a good option.
Bring
You can
it,
also bring your bishop to g5.
yeah, maybe that's a better option. Bring it to b5. Okay, but
Yeah,
my opponent
d4.
wants to exchange the knights. So let's take the knight. Let's push the pawn and then put the knight on d4. Okay, so we'll goes back. Let's just fork them and take the. No, let's not take it yet. Let's just try to take the. Maybe put it here. Maybe put pressure on the pawn on d4, d5.
So the last time in Tata Steel Chess Masters 2023, Pragnananda was playing with black
Okay.
as in this now now,
Right.
and the game turned to draw.
Mm.
So draw may benefit Vladimir Fedoseev.
All right.
Now has 9 points.
Will he be the second place if the
Yeah.
game ends in a draw, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he lost to Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is again going for the World Rapid Championship title for the second time in a row. So we are putting pressure to this pawn. Let's just take this pawn. Yep, not pawn here actually. Maybe going to exchange it. Let's see.
You can yeah, exchange.
Let's go
And
exchange.
then bring your king.
Let's centralize our king and put it to the center.
No,
of
I
the
think
board.
first of all rook d4.
Okay. In order to prevent the black from. Okay,
Capture that. Bring your rook to h1.
let's go. Let's infiltrate to black's position. Maybe give check from here and bring king. Enter the black's position with.
Give
let's
check.
just check. Now we just won a pawn here.
No, he may back. Yeah, just
Nearly. Let's go here, right?
you can give a check from h6 and then win a pawn on a6 too.
Yeah, we have just one pawn. Again. Now I think we.
Yeah.
No, I should. I think I should take it, right? Because if I don't take it and push the pawn, or maybe wait here, right? Not that do anything.
I think like you can push to f3.
What about this one? Won't it be a problem in the future?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
No. I didn't mean to take that with a pawn.
so we're I am here. That's
No,
right.
let's think a little bit.
because
Yeah,
if
so there
we're
is-
going to lose the game again,
Yeah.
and that's not bad because I'm not understanding what move I am making even. Let's attack the pawn here. And just go back, go to e3, even if, okay, let's just resign and play another game. Maybe let's see if the games have started. No, the games hasn't started yet. We are waiting for them to start the last round of World Rapid and Blitz Championship. And Rapid Championship, because the Blitz Championship is going to start from tomorrow and it's going to last 2 days. So another game here on leechess.org. We are playing with white pieces. e4, exactly like we did in the last game, but we didn't go for d4. Okay. So we are taking the center completely. If it takes, we just blundered, right? And it's happening many times, as you can understand. But we have been here on live stream for hours, and we may make mistakes, just simple mistake in such games. So people are asking who are playing now. Magnus Carlsen is playing against who?
Pragnananda.
Pragnananda from India in the first board. And Magnus Carlsen, if he draws this game, he will be the World Rapid Champion 2023 for the second time in a row. The only thing he needs to do is make a draw against Pragnananda, and if he loses, even if he loses, he may still be champion, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are also a lot of players with 8.5 points.
Yeah, but I think most of them lost to Magnus Carlsen. The ones, yes,
There is a Abdul Sattar who played draw.
and draw, yeah.
And there is also Yu Yang Yi
hmm
who also played the draw with him.
So if Norbek wins his game and Magnus Carlsen loses to Pragnananda, and like those other two players, Vidit and Fedesev, not Vidit, Fedesev makes a draw or loses his game, maybe Norbek can be in top 3.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah, like theoretically it is possible still.
Again, as
But
with
practically it's really, really difficult.
our football teams, we're still we're good at math in
Yes.
calculating some
Yeah, we
cases.
calculate the possibilities, all the possibilities, and we think that we got one more chance, and at the end they can't, use any of them. Just went on to lose.
So here I'm activating my knight. So g4. Now I want to go for a win. And g2. Let's go for this way. Maybe we'll get something out of it. The games haven't started yet. So let's get back. Let's try to give him a check here. H4. Knight4. Knight G3. So now let's give a check from F5. Yeah, let's try out this one. Maybe it's possible to get something out of it. Image G4, right 6 back. Let's draw 3-4 repetition. So it went to draw. The games haven't started yet. Let's play another one. Now with black pieces. So now this pawn is under attack. We're going to take that with knight.
So now we're attacking the white queen and bishop at the same time.
And there's also a way to fork.
Whoa. I think if queen doesn't go to e1, we'll fork it. Or even if it goes to there, oh, he's going to respond
So we're
at an
going to
attack with
take.
attack, I think. Yes. Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Just
King
if
E7.
the bishop is captured right now, then we will give fork two rooks on the first rank of the white pieces.
Check now.
So if we take it with knight, maybe, right? Then
Just like this.
whoa, now
we'll
that's
have-
it. I think we're going to win it very soon.
And this is going to be attacked by the knight here.
3 pieces, and it's not possible to defend at all. Let's just
So maybe first try to do this.
yeah, just making the checkmate even, right?
Maybe there's a way to checkmate.
And that must be like 4 or 5 more sequence.
Let's risk.
So let's do that. Give check. No.
From d4. Capturing that.
And I think
d2. Okay.
and that is just game over nearly.
So
Now there is no checks anywhere. Now we're going to checkmate the white king in a few moves.
So the game hasn't started yet.
Okay. Check.
And then
Now this is checkmate. So the games haven't started yet. Again, we're waiting for them to start. So let's play another match. So let's play a bullet game, 2+1. So let's do this.
so the players have arrived at their tables, but they haven't started yet. Let's see who is leading in the girls.
Whoa.
Though that seems to be a bit not interesting.
Not exactly. I know some people would be offended, but what he said, I think.
No, like most people don't know about.
Whoa, there is like queen sacrifice on the board. Now I can take the queen here, but I will be checkmated from here.
So just go 9e5.
Let's do this.
Let's
I think he watched some of the YouTube videos where they were like checkmate in 5 or 6. Okay.
So, Anastasia Bodnaruk won the tournament.
Already won.
Yes, with 8.5 points
Out of.
out of 11.
Good.
There is also Koneru Hampi from India, who also got the same, and Lei Tingje, who also have the same amount of points.
So we're again playing with the white pieces. E4.
So the closer to the highest girl from our national team is Hamdan Vafurze with 6.5 points in the 34th place.
Very good. We got the Sicilian defense on the board. Moving the bishop to here, to f4.
So the games have started in the.
Okay. Should I just resign the game? Just lose rating points? What do you think? Is it worth it to go there?
Just let's finish that really fast.
Okay, let's do this.
Like this. Let's play with pre moves.
But our opponent is playing even faster. Even if we are playing with pre-moves, he's got more than 6 seconds on his clock than us.
Okay, so he accepted that. And we're going to turn to this side. So yeah, that's over.
So we have just won a free knight on h4, and are going to have a great attacking chances. Maybe even checkmate in the next
So
few moves.
let's see what opening did they have.
They had 4 knights and
So rook h7, and now there is a checkmate in like 2 or 3 moves. Like here it follows, or I can bring the rook here and then do the same with another rook. So during the time our opponent is thinking, the knight here is capturing. So there is an early draw in the second table. Vladimir Fedoseev agreed to a draw with Andreikin Dmitry. After d4, d5, c4, Queen's Gambit accepted. So after this, after bishop p2, they agreed to draw. So now Andreikin has got 9.5 points. Same with Magnus Carlsen, but as we know, Norwegian Grandmaster is still playing against Pragnananda. And Dmitry Andreikin, Vladimir Fedoseev may have an opportunity to get the second place, but there are still chess players with 8.5 points. So after this move, Queen f3. Now this knight can go here to f6. That's not good, as it will follow bishop g5. Then there is going to be another double pawn here. It may go to d6, but that's gonna restrict the queen here. Let's see the third game between Maxim Vache-Lagrave and Vidit Santos. So here it was played Rui Lopez. So here Vidit Santos played quite unusual rook e2. So they've reached the situation. Rook e8, offering for a trade, but I don't think Vache-Lagrave will accept that. He may get his knight developed from d2, or may move to a3 with an intention of c4 or c2, and then get to e3. Then bring another rook here. Let's switch to another game. Peter Svidler is playing against Yu Yang-yi here. Followed the Sicilian defense, as we can see. So Peter Svidler is thinking after the move of queen to h5, d4. It followed, and after it captures, there is going to be capture with a knight and put a pressure on the black's knight here. So it followed d4, bishop e7. Now, yeah, this move seems to be great. Let's switch to an Uzbek prodigy. Now the backup to Tarf is playing with black against Murzin Valadar, another great player. So it followed d4, d5, queen's pawn opening, c3, capturing that, early trade of bishops and queens and knights. So the game came to this position, knight d3, planning to either jump to c5 or e5, and during that time Abdusattar and Nazarbayev have played with its knight to c4, like some kind of putting pressure on these three pieces, especially on b2. And now Abdusattar Nazarbayev may play with his king to d7 and bring his rook. So during that time, there is also another game that has finished. It was a game between Korbov Anton and Anishigiri. A lot of players are agreeing for an early draw. So that can be explained in the fact that neither Korbov Anton nor Giri Anish has a probability of winning the tournament, the rapid tournament. So that's why they may have agreed to a draw. So it followed queen's pawn opening. So at this move, they right at the beginning they agreed to draw. Whereas Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda are still playing. Of course, for Indian player, draw is not good for him, as after that he will have 9 points, and these points are not enough for at least being in top 3. So that's why we may see that Pragnananda is trying to attack Magnus Carlsen. So another game has come to an end. It was the game between Dubov Daniil and Rapport Richard. I think they both had each 8.5 points. Yes, and but they had at least like very low chance, so they agreed to draw in Sicilian. No, sorry, in Indian. After castling to queen side, blocking. So here they agreed to draw. Interesting. Though I was expecting from the top 10 to fight until the end, but they gave up just on the last round. So they both now have 8.5 points. They both have 9 points, which is not enough to become in top 3, to become at least third place. So here, as we have seen, they went to early exchange. So white Murzin Valadar is preparing to kind of activate his knight, give check, and offering a trade. And here h3 seems a bit seems really good for black, or they even do that after g5 and g4. And here reign the king side. So other games are still continuing. The ones that are not that important are finished. Some of them, like Nestor Farseni and Rauf Mamedov, Andrei Sipenko and Ryazantsev Alexander, they all agreed to draw. So okay, in that case, let's see the game of Maksudlu Parham and Yan Nepomniachtchi, who came to a top 10 in the last rounds. So Maksudlu Parham started with knight f3, knight f6. So the knight and bishop has been traded, and now the position came to this side, hg, trying to open this h line.
Yes.
Maybe like even after exchange, bringing knight here and start activating the rook here and bringing the queen here.
So even if the evaluation bar is saying the game is equal right now, but it seems that white's got more chances of attacking than black.
So okay, in the other board, Fabiano Caruana is playing against Idani Pouya. So it followed Italian game. Yeah, this move is always like beautiful, seems beautiful.
Okay. Now all the rooks and the queen of white pieces are standing in the center of the board, and
so now Idani Pouya can bring his rook here, start e4, e4, rook e5, rook h5, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He may also bring his knight to d4.
Mm-hmm. In the next move.
Yeah, by like protecting first this one.
By protecting it with maybe rook to e8.
Yeah,
But with which rook?
this one.
Only one.
Yeah.
f8 or a8?
A8, the most inactive one.
Mm-hmm. The one that hasn't moved during the game.
Yeah.
So let's go to game Mamlakatimizda against Murzin Walador.
So we're in this situation, and
Now the game seems to be dead draw according to Stockfish. But in the end game we're going to see some drama because Nalderbek is trying to enter the top 3 or maybe top 5. I think he doesn't have a chance to enter top 3 unless some miracle happens. So
Absatar Nalderbek may, as I told earlier, activate his pawns from this side too,
okay,
offering a trade. Looks like draw is okay for Murzin Waladar,
yeah.
though he also may try to be in top 3.
How many points does he have? And
8.5.
Nalderbek as well, right?
Yeah.
They both got the same amount of points, and if one of them wins the game, maybe the one who wins the game will have a chance to be in the top 3, if not 3, maybe in 5.
So let's see the first board.
Okay.
Here Pragnananda is attacking. As I told earlier, he's hoping to win. He's trying to do so.
But it's like very difficult, you know. There was 6 pawns with white and the 7 pawns with black, but
Yeah, so they traded their rooks here, and now it became even harder
to win. Oh,
to win the game.
so it's going to be draw with a very, very high probability. No, it has been draw. They agreed to a draw right now. So maybe you can go to the third match where Maxim Vashelagagap is playing against Santosh Gujarati.
And the interesting thing happened in the last tournament in Almaty. Oh, so Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda agreed to draw. So we can congratulate Magnus Carlsen with being a world rapid chess champion.
Consecutively, he became the world rapid and blitz champion in 2022, and now he has just won the world rapid championship 2023. And from tomorrow we are going to see the match of world blitz championship, and if he wins that one again, I don't know what to say.
And there is a trend in Magnus Carlsen. He hasn't became a champion 3 consecutive years. He had been in let me remember that in.
Okay. Until then, we are going to go to Maxim Vashelagagap and Woody Santosh game. So let's see.
He had been in 19 and 20, and in 14 and 15. So every time he won 2 times.
Yes.
Next time another player was getting the title.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also wanted to mention that Hikaru Nakamura, who played at the last tournament, but didn't arrive to Samarkand, played draws from round 5 to an end, so that is like 9 games, and got 7.5 points out of 13.
So you can 9 games draw. No, I don't know. It seems interesting. I think he was not in the mood to play. He just, we have seen games where the draw was over after 8 moves, after 10 moves, sometimes even before the the game turning into a middle game. Like in the move 20, 18. We have seen so many games like that.
Yeah.
So let's see the game of Maxim Lagayev and we did. Let's go. E4, E5, that is 396. We got the Will Lopez, the classical variation. Knight takes the pawn here. This is the first time we are seeing the knight taking the pawn. Now Rook is going to go to Rook is going to go to E1, attacking the knight on E4. Knight drops back to D6, attacking the bishop on B5. So knight takes pawn. Bishop blocks the way of the rook here. Otherwise, there would have been some open checks. Now bishop drops back to F1. Knight takes knight. Rook takes knight. Castles. Pawn push to the center. D4. Now black is attacking the rook on E5. Black just dropped back the rook to E2. And preparing a space for the black bishop to activate to here to B7. So rook comes to E1, bishop comes to B7 again, bishop to F5, F4. So two rooks have been activated, have been exchanged.
So then Vashilagraf is activating his knight, trading for queens.
Okay. Now we are in this situation where Guidit is thinking about his next moves. Until he makes his next move, we are going to see other games. Where, let's go to Fabiano Caruana's game. Yeah, here. Let's see from the opening. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. We got the Italian game, the classical variation. Castles, taking space from black. So here a little bit problem with the internet. We are going back to the game. So again a little bit internet. Let's just refresh.
So now the third game, the game between Vashilagraf and Vidit Santos has also finished with a draw, and there is a chance for the Yu Yang Yi, Sule Peter, Murzi Valdar, and Absatarf Naderbek to hope for the third place. If like at least one of them wins. There is probability that they will be in top 3.
So for that, Naderbek should win his game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this game has ended with a draw.
Third game has also finished with a draw. They just didn't want to risk. They just trade off pieces on the board and try to simplify the game, and didn't want to end game where one of them could potentially lose the points, so they just agreed for a draw.
So I think if the fourth and fifth board will also end with a draw, they'll play some additional games
for the third place.
For the third place, yeah, because
but maybe with additional points, there may be some leader as well.
But that will be like a long list. Suler Peter, Yu Yangi, Murzi Valdar, Absatarov, Dubov, Rapport,
so in order
Vashilagraf, Visit.
Not to complicate the games, maybe Naderbek should win his game, right?
Yeah, and in this situation, as you can see, Yu Yangi is winning the game. He's 1 pawn ahead, and
he's now completely winning the position.
Yeah,
now,
but he may make a mistake
while rerouting it, but he's got more than 9 minutes on his clock, and he will think about, and I think he will win this situation.
In that case, let's see the fifth board, which is draw here, which is equal, but when looked without an engine, it seems like the advantage is on the black side.
Yeah, black seems to be coming to the white space, coming to the second rank, attacking the. Maybe he. I don't think he should take the pawn. Oh.
So
He took the.
knight f5. It's going to follow for sure.
This move, I think.
No, that
He
was
didn't take the.
he wanted to fork.
This king go to b3, escaped from the fork of the queen and rook. So let's go to the game of Barkan Maksudlu and Ian Nepomniachtchi. And
We have seen until until here.
okay,
Samarqand Parham didn't decide to castle.
okay,
He just brought his king artificially, like to f1 and then to g2. And the safety is really high for the king. So now trades, series of trades.
now it's in draw situation, but Ian Nepomniachtchi has got more time. He's got twice the time as Barkan Maksudlu. Maybe he can make him think about the moves that he's going to make in the next moves, and potentially make him pressure him to make a mistake like Magnus Carlsen did in his match against him. So
Maksudlu Parham and Nepomniachtchi Ian has each 8 points, and I think they don't have a chance to win, to be in top 3.
we got another interesting pairing here. Wahid Jahangir from Uzbekistan is playing Sindarov Jawahar from Uzbekistan again. So they're playing match. Let's see which openings they play. So we got opening castles. Now Black is threatening to go. Okay, internet connection problem again. Where was that?
So
Here. Yeah, here it was.
Nihal Sarin and Narayanan also agreed to draw.
Hans Niemann won his game against Ortag Nigmat, but there hasn't been much time that the games have started. But we have already a decisive match result.
So I've seen that. We're watching this game.
All right.
D4.
No.
So castling, bishop e3, d5, queen to c1, trading the pawns. So I think they may end with draw, just peacefully. Because that, well, honestly doesn't determine anything. They may like fight for being higher in the ranking in the national team. So here the advantage is on the black side, as we can see, e5, king f3. But if they proceed on exchanging the pawns, it's going to turn into a draw. But still, Yu Yang has got a lot of time, so he may not even make a mistake. So now he can bring his king here, and somehow at the last trade his knight for the bishop, for the pawn, and just use these 2 pawns to become a queen here. So this move wasn't that good. After this, it may follow like e3, e2. So here the game is still equal. Here it is also like that. Like in most of the games, the game is equal, except for this. Here Idani Poya has a little advantage over Caruana Fabiano. Now it's like invading the territory of whites. As you can see, this knight compared to this is much more active, and the bishop here is able to at any time be active and just attack on pawn g2. So he decides to capture the pawn on f4, and after it captures, queen f7, and this and this is soon going to be captured. If it's going to follow something like g3, there will be g5. So let's see what they have played. Knight b4, knight a3, bishop d5. Yeah, so they played the same as we were revising that. The 4th game is surely for Yu Yang. Looks like he'll be one of the main candidates for earning the 3rd place with 9.5 points. Here the game is still equal. Well, some of them may, like either of them, if mistaken, can lead to a loss of the game and being out of competition. So let's see the 10th game. It's also draw. It's also something close to that. So here Gukesh Damaraju has a very significant advantage over Koparadze Giga. Let's see where he got this advantage from. So here the advantage is slightly for blacks, starting slowly to increase his dominance, but after this move and rook e1, now Koparadze has to move his pawn to well, he could have moved his pawn to g3, after what it would have followed bishop d5, and then there is a checkmate from a rook from h1, or capturing the rook on b7. But he decided to move f4, and now after this, this king is quite entangled with these two pawns and the knight. So looks like Gukesh Damaraju is going to have another point. Here the game
turned to draw to an equal. Sudler Petter and Yu Yangi are having an equal position. All has been lost after f4. King g4. Petter Sudler has played accurately now. That can be a draw, actually, if after f3, h6, as you can see, f2, bishop b5, king f6, bishop f1, knight c3, king f3. Yeah, so that may turn to something like draw. Yeah, and they have played the same, actually. So they came to this situation now. And here, Ian Nepomniachtchi just lost his piece, looks like. So here, by moving the pawn on f7 to f5, he made a mistake, as there was check, followed by king e6, capturing the bishop on d4, then the attacking rook on c2. So that's the thing that happened in the game. Looks like Ian Nepomniachtchi will finish the Rapid Chess Championship with a loss. In another game, Fabiano Caruana was losing, but after this move, he got an advantage. Well, as we have discussed, after this move, there would have been an option to get one pawn ahead. But he moved e3, and then there could have been a draw here, but Idani Pouya decided to move with his queen to f5, and after capturing the rook and the bishop, the inevitable trade-off, the black queen will step away. There is soon going to be checkmate in one move. I'm thinking of how to win this game. Piece of draws here in the 4th and the 5th board. The game is slightly for Alexander Grishuk here. Gershta Maraju is reigning here. So, as I said, Wahidov Jahangir and Sinarov Jawahir decided to draw after repeating moves. Here, Jordan Van Forest won Hong Andrew. A slight advantage he had in the beginning. He realized that into the winning part. As you can see, now he doesn't have quantitative dominance, but he has this pawn here, which is really dangerous. And if now captured, if the bishop is captured by knight, e7 is going to follow, and then rook d8, and turning to a queen. So that's why he moved to b4, rook d7, and that was just killing pawns, and then this knight got trapped here on a2 and was soon captured by rook. So in this position, Hong Anju decided to resign the game. Yu Yangyi looks like he's still thinking of how to manage with this situation and may even get blunder. Let's see. The games are coming to an end one by another. Here Yan Nepomnia, she lost after, as you said, this blunder, which was followed by capture of bishop. So there is also a game of Ivan Cheparinov and Alisher Suleimanov, in which Ivan Cheparinov has a better position. It starts with Sicilian defense and was equal during throughout the game, but the blunder made by the mistake made by Suleimanov Alisher has totally turned the position upside down. Yeah, after this move, it has declined significantly. It can be regained again by moving rook to e4. It's time to place this knight on a better position by putting to c4 and d6, and then bringing the rook here, putting more and more pressure on d7, and then b5, capturing ab. So everything now depends on the 4th and 5th boards. Here the position looks like coming to a draw. The same consequences, the same result, though this pawn can be captured by moving knight to h2 and then to g4. The same can happen with this piece, with this pawn or this. But even that, even the pawn advantage may not be a good. May not be a good way. So several games have come to an end. Here Artemiev Vladislav won the game in the battle with Bharat Subramaniam, who was having a good competition, who had a great performance in this championship. But yeah, throughout the game it was equal. Yeah, and this move has given Vladislav Artemiev a victory, and as you can see, these pawns are really dangerous, and especially this one is open. He may bring even like a rook here, bishop to h4, g3, giving a way for check with h2, of course after doing g2. So capturing that was not a good way, and after that like moving to g2 was good, or capturing the pawn on b3, but even like queen g2 also brought him a victory. So as we can see, Yu Yangyi and Peter Swidler agreed to a draw, and now Let me see the table. So I'll count players who have got 9 points. Pragnananda, Dmitry Andreikin, Vidit, Maxim Vashelograf, Petr Svidler, Yu Yang Yi, Daniil Dubov, Maksudlu Parham, Fabiano Caruana Fabiano, also yeah, and that's all. This game will determine whether Abdusattarov, Norderbeck or Murzin Valadar is going to earn the 3rd place. So the 1st place is, of course, belongs to Magnus Carlsen. The 2nd one will high probably to Vladimir Fedoseev. If either Abdusattarov, Norderbeck or Murzin Valadar, unless either of them wins. So now if like I counted some 9 or 7 people, so if they are going to have equal amount of points, it's going to be house here, and maybe and now everyone has an attempt to win this, to be in top 3. So I think like players in top 10 are all watching this game and hoping, and especially those who earned 9 points, and Vladimir Fedoseev are hoping for a draw. It looks like it's going for that way. After this knight captures this pawn and this king captures this, the game will turn automatically to a draw, because it's impossible to win the game with the king and a knight. So let's observe the course of actions here. Anton Guyaro is having a draw with Alexander Grishuk. There is a slight advantage for blacks, but it's really hard to realize. It's really hard to realize that. So if someone wins here, the number of people who won who has got 9 points will increase to 1. There is also a game between Vincent Kamer and Dartha Daniel taking place in 16th board. In this position, Ivan Cheparinov soon going to have a victory. The game here is draw completely. Here Aydin Suleymanli is having a significant advantage here. Vitohin Sava is having a losing position to Bai Jinshi. Here, like after several moves, Amar Elham, if played correctly, is going to win the tournament. Is going to win this game. This pawn is soon to be captured. Bishop e4 is not an option after knight d5. That would be lost for Kozuba Fury even faster. So as you can see now, knight will be brought to h5 and f6, or even it can be rerouted to e6, c5, and then after capturing the bishop here, will come to help this pawn to become queen. So Kuzubu Fury resigned the game. There are also several games happening in the lower tables. Here, I don't know why, Drazik Sinisa played King E4 because it's losing after this situation. So here it's draw for another backup Satarf and Murzin Valadar. As I told, it's impossible to win with the knight and king. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I'm not mistaken, if I didn't miscalculate, 11 players have a point of have 9 points, and the third place is soon going to be released. I also don't know, it's really hard to calculate. Let's see the standings after round 12. Maybe that's going to help us somehow. Yu Yangyi was leading among those who had 9.5 points. So Yu Yangyi has played a draw with Petr Svidler. We did Santos with Maxim Mashelograph. So it's really complicated. It's really hard to know who got place. So during that time, let's look at this game where Grishuk Alexander is having a privilege over Anton Guyaro David. Oh, here the game was complete draw, but young prodigy from Germany, who is only 19 years old, made a mistake by capturing the pawn on e4, and after knight c3, the pawn is going to become a queen, and that's inevitable. So there is also a game happening here, though Ahmedov David is 2 pawns ahead. The position is a bit equal, with a little advantage to white side. Here Amilal Munkhdalai is winning and will win after some time. Here the game is turning to a draw. This is also true for this game. By Jin Shen with Tongchen Sawa are still playing. Zanal Wahab and Brunello Sabino. So I think Kamer Vincent will resign after some time. So as you can see, first 6 boards had a result of draw. Let's see what are the standings after round 13. We'll wait for them a bit. So in order to release all the standings, it's important for all games to finish. So okay, let's wait for the other games to have to come to an end. So I think we are a bit out of internet. So that followed king e4, and that stopped here. So it's really hard to determine who got the third place, as it followed the series of draws. If someone had won here, that would be easier for us and like for everyone, because now it's keeping everyone interesting. Who finally got the third place? Plenty of players failed to win, while some players are waiting for results for standings to released. Magnus Carlsen is chilling with his first place, and he's going to prepare for tomorrow Blitz, and in the first game he's going to start with white pieces, as it was determined in press conference that happened 3 days ago. You can also watch that. During that time, let's play one game here. It's really good, I think, for you and for us to somehow entertain, because looking at the position and staring at it is it's staring at nothing is really boring. Instead, engaging in some chess games which are fast is really good. So here I'm having an advantage of 3 pawns, and the position seems to be favoring me. Bringing rook here. So the game somehow stops here. I don't know why. In that case, let's wait for this, for results to be announced. Maybe players can have a tie break. That's also possible. So now offering a trade of queens here, and also with an attacking to the rook. Now I'm going to exchange. It's not that bad. Knight d7. Kind of giving a fork and wait for a rook. So rook e6, giving a fork to 2 pawns on b6 and f6. Now the fork is still active. b3. So now I'm starting slowly. I'm starting activating my second rook and start marching my pawns. Check. Now I want to tangle the queen, the king. After this check and this move, there's no other check. So he wanted to capture my rook from here. Now he cannot. After this, and then checkmate from here. So I think these games have come to an end. Like Winston Kamer, I think, resigned the game. This game is also came to an end, but there's something happening with UzChess. So we are waiting for official results to be announced. Okay, so the results haven't been announced yet, but you can always check them in the official FIDE website, and also in UzChess Telegram channel and YouTube channel. So we congratulate Magnus Carlsen with becoming a champion, and Vladimir Fedoseev being earning a second place. And tomorrow we'll start with Blitz championship. Thank you for your attention.